Yeah, Friday, baby. We made it, everybody. It's good to be here. Ben and Woods, 97.3 The Fan. Let's get our heads right on a Friday. Friar Friday. First Friar Friday of the season. Well, not really. The second, because we did have one. We talked to Craig Stammen. I was drunk last Friday, so I don't really remember talking to Craig Stammen that morning, Benjamin, after opening day.
You were hungover. You weren't drunk.
No, I was
Hopefully
hungover.
not, at least.
No, I've actually never done. I've never been drunk from the night before.
Okay.
In 15 years. I've only been hungover on the air maybe 3 times. Maybe. Which isn't bad.
You ever do a little hair of the
I
dog?
thought you were saying, did you ever do a little heroin? Yeah, I did a little heroin.
No. Hair of the dog.
Never. I've never been a hair of the dog guy.
You wake up a little
What about
hungover and you have a little more just to feel normal again.
Never.
It's not a great plan.
It's the worst.
Sure.
I've never done. I mean, I have done hair of the dog. I do not like. I'm not a hair of the dog guy. I had buddies in college that would wake. We'd be out blowing it out. Be 9:30 in the morning. Everyone stumbles up and they're like Coors Light or something. They just take it to the dome, and I'm over the corner.
Shower beer.
I'm like, come on, man, come on. So no, never been a hair of. I like the song "Hair of the Dog" by Nazareth, but other than that, that's the only hair of the dog that I use, man. I'm the worst hungover person on the planet. There's just nobody worse. Paulie knows. You won't see me the whole day. Like just shut
Not
down.
very fun.
I'm not very fun at all. The next day, like I won't even come out and lay on the couch with you and watch Netflix. I just will stay in my room and shiver.
Yep.
And I don't want to see anyone. And I'm the worst. It happened a couple times at spring training, or not spring training, at fantasy camp. Paulie and I blew it out on a Friday night. And I'm like, I'll see you Sunday, dude.
I did not see you all day on Saturday.
It's
not
so
once.
true.
Staying in the same Airbnb.
Same Airbnb.
And you did not see each other for an entire day.
Over a day.
I
About
think that was
36 hours.
That was when we stayed in Scottsdale at where was that? Wherever it was. And we each had our own casita. They're all little casitas around the complex.
Also at the house the next year, same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing.
It was one of those, like, you like texted me at like 6 p.m. You're like, just go to dinner by yourself.
Yeah,
please.
Please leave me alone. The worst. I've always been the worst. And I will always be the worst. I'm Woodsy. That's Paul Reindl, executive producer of the program. Benjamin Higgins, friendly neighborhood sports anchor, news anchor tonight, joins us as well. That shirt that you wear is such a great Padres shirt that you have on.
Yes.
But it always looks like you wadded it up into a ball and tucked it under the seat of your car. Always.
Yeah.
Every time, right?
One.
Do you fold that?
I fold them all, but anything that goes into I've been trying to hang more of my T-shirts, but this one came out of one of the drawers this morning.
I like that shirt because
I love
it
that
really
shirt.
Does look like it could be vintage from 1981.
Like it's an old shirt.
It could be, you bought it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And
where did you get that shirt? Is that a giveaway?
Yeah, it was a free one.
That they sent us?
Yeah,
Seeger.
Seeger, yeah.
Seeger
Oh,
sent us some stuff.
Yeah, they got good stuff.
It really does look good.
I can dress casually on days that I'm anchoring because I need to go home and get into my formal gear between now and later when I go in. So got to change into the button down and the slacks and everything. So I can be a little more comfortable. Got my flip-flops on this morning and don't have to be TV ready to go straight to work after the show.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. Hank says, I can't imagine Woodsy at a music festival. The worst. The absolute worst.
Except Oasis. You were okay.
Well, that wasn't a festival. That was just a show.
That's true.
3-day Coachella. Ask any of my friends that I worked with at FM 94.9. Nobody more fun on that Friday night. No one on the planet than me. Wouldn't see me Saturday. Sunday, I would stumble down to the festival for a koji burrito and a Coke, which would be the first and only meal I ate in 3 days. And then I would go check out like 3 bands and go back to the house and pack and drive home. Because I had to be on the air on Monday. There's no one worse than me. I'm telling you. I'm not a rally guy. I am not the dude that can rally. That's not it. I go as hard as I go 1,000 miles an hour on a Friday night. And then I'm out of commission for 3 days. Like every single time. Now I can't go, let's go 50% tonight. Remember when I bought concert tickets for 3 straight nights?
Yeah.
And went to one show, blew it out, and then drove all the way to LA in a really nice house that I rented in the Hollywood Hills, and I napped for 2 days, and I didn't go to either other show. I spent a fortune to drive to LA to take a nap.
Why didn't you realize that was going to happen before you
Because
bought
I'm an
the
idiot.
tickets?
Well,
Because I'm an idiot.
I remember we talked about it.
You're like, you're not going.
We might have even set an over-under. I don't know if it was 1.5 or 2.5 shows, but we definitely talked about, like, what are the odds Woods goes to all three? I said, not a chance.
There's no chance. There was no
There's a 50% chance you don't make it to one of those three, even if you're stone cold sober.
Correct. That's correct. You know, I was
three nights in a row is a
Wally,
lot.
I was stone cold sober the third night because we went Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what was the day I had the shows to. Saturday comes. I'm right as the mail, dude. I feel fine. You know, we hit it pretty hard on Thursday. Saturday comes. I go into the next room, see my buddy. I go, let me pull it up on my phone. It's like it's in LA. I'm like, it's only 8 miles from here. It's like hour and 40 minutes to get there. He goes, I don't know. What do you think? I go, no, never mind. I'll just go back to bed. It's like, I've seen him. Such a waste. Such a waste.
See people in the chat, are you big Irish goodbye guy? I'm like,
me, yeah.
I do a good job of discerning wherever I'm at. If it's a house party, if it's a work event or whatever, when I'm ready to get out of there, I will do a good job of like making sure, who do I need to say goodbye to? Who needs to know that I am here having a good time and I'm saying goodbye? And then I make it as minimal as possible. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I'm one-hit wonder Woods. That's me. I am a one-hit wonder. I am Tommy Two-Tone, man. Straight up. Like I'll be the best night of your life. One night. Once. And then the next two is like,
you'll never see me again.
It's why like bachelor parties for me I never was good on them. Never. I was like, hey man, I really want to celebrate you, but I don't know how. Because I'll see you Sunday at the airport. I love you. Friday's going to be amazing.
You're not big on running it back.
I do not like to run it back, man. I'm not good hungover. I really suffer, which is why I don't booze a lot.
Because then you wake up at noon and you're just like wanting to lay in bed all day.
Paulie, I wake up at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Going to bed at 3 a.m. I wake up at 6 a.m. and I lay there and I go.
Then you got the early riser party animals that are like playing beer pong out in the backyard or something at 9 a.m.
It's over.
Man. Oh, yeah.
Over. One hit wonder.
Yeah. I get it.
But I don't know how we got on that tangent. We had somebody in the chat, Ben, I think, said, oh my God, did you guys hear Stammen yesterday say that he was tired and that's why he didn't make the lineup? I watched the clip. We played it on the air and we laughed about it because, well, it's very clearly sarcasm. And the worst people you know right now are taking that clip and saying that the skipper actually said, I didn't want to make the lineup because I was too tired. So, listen, he was laughing when he said it. And that's that. It's so ridiculous.
It's very pedantic.
It's pedantic
to try to make a story out of that.
Listen,
you certainly can talk about Craig Stammen.
I understand.
Yeah,
Craig Stammen delegating some responsibility, which you can like or you can dislike. And we can talk about that. We have talked about that before, but he wasn't exhausted to the point that he couldn't write 9 names on a list. Let's just be clear about that.
So tired from standing there managing, right? That he couldn't write 9 names on a list. Again, you got to watch the clip, dude.
I guess nothing should surprise me, but I was still a little surprised, like to see full on meltdowns about it.
You sent me a meltdown this morning, and I read and I go, who is this person? Number one, and number two, like, really? That's like, I think the moves. There's absolutely moves that he's made or didn't make that you can question. But by
the way, it worked. They won the game.
They won the game. Yeah,
he made the decision.
As far as I'm concerned,
let's let Randy try this one. I haven't had a lot of luck with my first 4 lineups. Let's try Randy's, and it worked.
That's a good point. The Padres won, and a fraction of this fan base has been bitching and moaning about a joke that the manager made after a win. Like, what? We're back. Baseball season's back, I guess, right?
I guess. Yeah. I mean, this is where we're at. It's fine. It is what it
Padres
is.
win 7-1. It's like effing Stammen says he's tired.
I know.
I'm like,
I know.
What?
Again, it's crazy. We'll ask his boss about what he thinks of his first year First time experience, getting experience in the dugout. We'll ask his boss, AJ Preller, at 6:35. We got an early appearance from AJ today. Excited about that. Get him in, get him on his way. We still don't know if he's in Boston or if he's here getting ready to play hoops early this morning.
Or in Fort Wayne getting ready to watch one of his minor league teams.
Venezuela. He could be
internationally scouting. You never know with AJ.
Yeah, could be in Japan.
Could be anywhere. But yeah, our management report is coming up in our next segment. So we've got that to look forward to quite early. You mentioned hangovers, though. I do not have the Friday roundtable hangover that I had all last season.
Oh, you're right.
After doing 5 hours and the roundtable and just feeling exhausted the rest of the week, I thought yesterday. Well, let me ask you, how did you guys feel the first roundtable, epic roundtable of the season went with guest star Darnay Tripp from 9 to 10 in its new time slot?
I felt great.
Yeah, Paul got to leave at 9.
I think it's a great move by everybody.
I love it, man.
Good.
I loved it. I went home and I told Hannah, I loved that. Walking out at 10 was spectacular. And I feel like we did a really great job. And I feel like everybody was more engaged. And even when we walked in, Chris Ello goes, why'd this take you guys so long? And he goes, I love this. This
you
is
were
fantastic.
worried that Chris would be mad. He's got to come in an even hour earlier. But he was happy with the change.
I loved it, man. I loved it. Now, they don't get they don't have to do an extra hour, really, right? Well, they do.
No, then they replay. They
replay
replay the roundtable at 5. So it
whether
works
it's
out
at
for
10
them
or at
too.
9, they're replaying.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, it was just a weird.
Braden and Frank, they're going to wear it.
They wear it a little bit, but Braden wasn't here yesterday. He flew to Boston, I think. So he didn't have to wear it yesterday. At least.
And they had a 2-hour show on Wednesday.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
it all evens out.
It doesn't actually. It's far from evening out, but but I just felt like it was a better product. I really did. And the guest. Having a guest in was spectacular. I really, really enjoyed it. Darnay, I thought, did an excellent job.
He's a stud.
An excellent job. The epic wings were so good. We talked him up, and I got home. My hand goes, I want wings for dinner. I was like, I just had wings for lunch. I go, hey, here's what we'll do. They brought about 1,000 wings here yesterday. There were so many. I go, next week.
And about the same number of breadsticks.
Yeah. And I said, next week I'll bring some home and you can crush those. I had before we left, I tried and I didn't know if I would like them because I said on the thing, you asked everybody's favorite wing. And I said, I like the naked ones or like the dry rub, lemon, garlic, whatever. But I tried the maple syrup, spicy maple syrup. I go, I'm going to try this. I ate one. I went, oh man, tastes like
maple syrup.
Tastes like chicken and waffles, dude. So I ate it, and chicken and waffles dipped in blue cheese. I was like, this should be disgusting. It's not. It's not disgusting at all. So I go, we'll try one.
How did you gain all the weight?
I go, oh, that's really good. I was like, oh, let's get one more. I had 3 of them before I walked out the door. They were outstanding. I never thought that would be a flavor I would grab, didn't I? It's maple syrup. Come on.
Limited time only, so get your
is it really?
Wings.
No.
Yes. Well, hey, if anything's popular enough, they'll bring
around.
it back for sure. They'll stick around.
It was really good. Really, really good.
Definitely want to check that out sooner rather than later.
Eric says it sounds gross. I kind of thought the same thing until I popped one in my mouth, dude. It was outstanding. I had some lemon pepper ones, and then I had that one. I didn't even do the buffalo. I've kind of moved on from buffalo, so I'm trying some other things. But I just thought they were so good. Hit the spot, man.
And I thought the conversation was
great.
First roundtable of the season.
I thought everyone's spirits were everyone was engaged. I thought it was really good.
Okay, good. That's a
Did
good
you guys
start.
solve the problem of the Padres?
We did not.
No, we
couldn't even decide if there was a problem with the Padres yet.
We will, Paulie. We never will. We will never solve it. And we'll talk about some of Xander Bogaerts' comments as well today. I found some of those pretty interesting. There's a lot to talk about for a day off.
Yeah, I did now leave the roundtable, and I went down to SDFC training. Saw our friend Darren Smith, who's also going to join us today at 7:35 this morning. And I ran into another one of my counterparts, Jake Garriani,
Love Jake,
who wanted to know why did Darnay Tripp get the call for the first roundtable. But then we both agreed it's because Darnay is very handsome and very good at what he does.
You don't think Jake is very handsome?
Jake also is very handsome,
he
but he agreed that Darnay was the right choice. But I told Jake, you also have an invitation to appear on a future Padres roundtable.
Because he texted us after the roundtable as well. Jake did. And I thought about when we had, this was like a couple of years ago, the Anchorman roundtable, when we had Julian, Darnay, Jake, maybe one or two more, all join us at the same time via
great.
Zoom.
That was
I would like to bring that back one time.
I would too.
That was really fun.
That was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
And I love the banter that we all have amongst each other.
Yeah, it
was fun.
It was great.
They're just so good.
I feel a little uncomfortable in those situations, but
you're supposed to.
They're all good guys, though.
They're great guys. Yeah. They're not coming for you.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. They're all such good guys that I feel like maybe I'm not quite as good of a guy when I'm around them.
Oh, like you suffer by comparison?
They outshine me a little bit, and I'm very insecure about that when it comes to comparing anchorness.
No, you're an excellent anchor.
I know, thank you.
Well, none of those guys get on the anchor desk.
That's true. Yes.
Yeah.
Those guys are sports guys.
Yeah.
You are multi-talented.
Right.
Multifaceted. A five-tool player. Right?
Yeah. I think mostly I just know deep in my heart they're cooler than I am.
Ben, everyone on the planet almost is cooler than you. Almost everyone.
I know.
Literally almost everyone. Except for me and Paul now, because we collect baseball cards. You're cooler than us now. That should be
I did get a nice compliment, though, from one of my friends yesterday. In text, he said, "You are the coolest uncool person I know."
That's such a great way to explain it. It's such a great way to explain it.
Like you're the leader of the uncool people,
right. The king
because they look up
yes.
to you because you're the closest they're gonna get to being cool.
Right. This is the pinnacle. If you are an uncool person, I'm kind of at the ceiling where you can kind of get to at some point. You can never cross the ceiling from uncool to cool.
No,
really.
But you can be the coolest of the uncool.
It's rarefied air to be up here among the uncool people.
I don't know that you can actually ever fully recover in life from the Quiz Bowl championships.
Well, and it's Paulie.
You're as close as you can get.
Paulie, it's the TV guide. It's the Golden Girls. It's the playing Parcheesi. It's playing bridge with his friends at school. There's a lot that you're not going to be able to come back from. It's driving all the other kids to school. Like, it's all of these stories over the last 8 years that I hear. And I'm like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. And you can't come back from that. But that way to describe you is just, it's elite. Because Ben is very cool. I can go to Ben and be like, hey, man, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, oh, don't worry about it. You know, like he's not uptight. I'm way more uptight than he is. I'm way more rigid than he is. But yeah, it's a really good way to put it.
Ben can be very calming when it's like something actually serious.
Yes, it's something
you're like,
serious.
hey, this is really throwing me off. You're very calming and
I am a big it's gonna be okay guy.
Yes,
it's gonna be okay. We'll get through this. We'll figure this out.
Yes,
yeah,
but you act the same though when it's something that's not serious, and I'm mostly like just making a scene and I'm getting some frustration out maybe, and then you're like, well, look, you do the same logic, and I go, this isn't serious though. Now you're just making me upset.
Right. Yeah. No, I've done that to my wife and other people as well.
What's your email that you had that you wanted to read?
Oh, I don't know. We might need more time for this one. We can kind of start breaking it down.
We got time.
I usually delete these emails right away. Just PR pitches to try to do some sort of story. But this one caught my eye. It says study reveals Californians' broke behaviors.
Okay.
In 2026, being broke isn't always about what's in your bank account. It's about the quiet little rituals that creep into everyday life. And they have a list of some things that people do, almost like a habit, to avoid paying. I don't want to say save money because it's really just to.
Is it like to cheap out?
It's to cheap out. Yeah.
Not steal.
Not some of them are, actually.
All right.
Would you like to hear some of them?
More than any of them.
All right. Number one. Turning off lights obsessively to save electricity, like going through the house and checking to make sure the lights are on. I don't do that one.
Obsessively, no, but I have.
Of course, if I see a light on and I don't need it, I'm going to turn it off. But I'm not going to like go room to room just to make sure the lights are on.
Like when I'm done working for the night in my office, I turn off the lights. Of course, there's really no point in leaving them on. But also, like, if I just walked out of there randomly and never returned to my office and left a light on, like I'm not going to melt down over
my kids do it, and I find myself now walking in and doing the old, why is every GD light in this house on? Every day, like at least twice a week.
Feel like it's bad for the environment, just be wasting energy, even if it's not about the money. All right, number two, definitely do this one. Avoiding delivery fees by picking up instead, almost religiously.
Never.
I just feel like there's no way that my time I'm not doing anything. I can make the 7-minute drive to pick up my own food and
I
save
wish I could.
$14 on what I'm going to eat right now.
I'm bad with that.
Yeah,
I'm bad with
I'll do it as like a discipline to myself. Be like, all right, you fatty, you want that? Go
and get it
in your car and go get it.
You can't do it, man.
Number 3, taking office stationery for personal use.
Stationary.
Well,
for all your correspondence.
Post-it notes,
office
pen,
materials,
notepad, printer paper, anything like that.
Take the aspirin.
Right. You're a Cintas.
I mean, I don't take it. I use it.
Kit raider.
I don't. I use
You do that more than I do.
I use it at work, which is what it's for.
Like, if I need one manila folder, I'm not going to Staples and buying a packet of manila folders if there's one at the office. I'm going to grab one.
BS. That's thievery.
Right. That's what this one is.
Wait, I will go buy package. I will go buy
then you've got a stack of them forever that are just clogging up your house.
Yeah, but it's clogging up your house.
Yeah.
Guys, I can't move. All these manila folders are in here.
Like, I will buy things like my own printer paper. I'm not going to take a stack of printer paper from work.
No.
Right.
No.
But yeah, if I need a couple of Post-its,
Post-its,
of
course.
Grab them from work. A manila folder costs like 9 cents on its own, but you can't buy them on your own.
Singles.
Yeah, just like single ones.
Yeah, but then you have them if you need them at home.
How about number 4? Bringing snacks into a movie theater.
I've done it.
Yeah, I've done it too.
One of the best movies, I don't even remember the movie, but one of my best experiences ever when I was probably 16, 17 is me and my buddies all went, and this is when Subway was really good. It was good.
Oh, yeah.
And that's all you had. That was like, you had Subway and Pizza Hut, and that was your options. We all got a Subway sandwich and took it into a movie theater and like smuggled it down our pants, sat down. I think it was Tommy Boy. I think we saw it in here. We ate Subway. And I was like, this is the greatest or what? Like, I loved it. So,
gentlemen, we've made it.
We've done it. I like that.
Now, you should be able to can you bring food into movie theaters anymore? I know you can bring them into Padres games.
Yes, you can bring it into a Padres game.
It feels like you shouldn't be allowed to, but like you can walk into a baseball game, I think, with like a pizza.
Yeah.
Like if you want it.
You can.
A big burrito. You can, yeah.
Number 5, ordering the cheapest item on the menu and sticking with tap water.
I always stick with tap water, but I never get the bottled or sparkling.
I certainly will look at the prices. If like I'm trying to decide between 2 or 3 things that all sound good, and one of them happens to be quite a bit cheaper, I will lean in that direction.
It just depends on the mood. If we're at Chili's, I just get what I want. I get the chicken crispers. But if I'm at like Bob's and I'm like, oh, I want a steak, but I don't need the
regular filet is fine. I don't need the Japanese Wagyu $160 one.
But if I'm also spending, call it $300 on a dinner,
I don't want to cheap out.
I don't mind paying $6 for bottled water.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I'll just get the tap.
A couple more here. Taking extra napkins, sauces, or condiments for later.
Well, we keep the ones that we get from delivery, and we have a giant drawer. But I'm not shoving.
Those are ones that you just didn't use, though.
I do not take them, though.
Those are ones. Yeah.
You're not going to McDonald's and grabbing like a fat stack of
straws or
napkins.
Something. Yeah, napkins.
Right. Last couple. Reusing something you probably shouldn't.
Like what?
Like a disposable item or something. Like,
don't do that. I don't do that.
Like I use this foil for to top something.
Save that foil, darling.
How about you go to 7-Eleven, you buy a 20-ounce bottle of Diet Coke.
Right.
You finish the Diet Coke, you rinse out the bottle to use it later.
Not going to do that.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that would fit under the category.
My whole life I spent drinking out of like pickle jars, and when we were kids, my grandparents, they didn't have any money, dude, and like all my milk was like out of an old Clausen jar or Vlasic jar. You know what I mean? Like they used and reused everything.
I think sometimes if we'll buy like a sauce or something that comes in like a nice mason jar, we might
save it,
rinse that and reuse that. But I think that's about it.
All right. Using someone else's subscription or login.
Reusing Ziplocs is pretty. It's actually I've done
if
that.
It was something very dry and clean, like you don't want to run out of Ziplocs.
That feels like putting on old socks.
You know what I do it with? I do it with my vitamins. I put vitamins in a Ziploc. I bring them here. I eat my vitamins here. I used to. and now I eat them at night. But then I put the Ziploc back in my backpack and I reload it the next morning.
I have one of those MT,
Well, I do too,
WT
but I
pill
was taking
things
them
that makes you
here.
feel really old.
Yeah, I've got one.
Yeah. Using someone else's subscription or login.
I've done it.
You do it here at work.
Yeah, I mean, it's work.
You feel like that's legal to do? I don't know that it is any more
What do you
legal
mean?
than.
Why should I have to?
Really isn't a login or a subscription for one person or a family. It's not for an entire workplace of people to use.
Trust me, I think they're going to crack down on it, and I'll try to be watching a game sometime. And
all right, and here's the last one. This one's spicy. Using self-checkout and forgetting to scan something small.
Absolutely not. That's literally thievery.
I've never done that.
Okay, no. I don't have the stones. As much as I would like to be like a professional heister, I don't have the stones to do it. I couldn't steal from a grocery store.
I'd be terrified.
Oh my God, dude. Can you imagine? I'm the opposite. I'm the one that takes cash out of the self-checkout and forgets my cash in the self-checkout. I actually pay extra to use the self-checkout sometimes. I've forgotten it probably 3 times. You get $20 out and just left it in the thing.
I always get nervous when I leave Costco and I have to hand them my receipt, even though I know I've paid
you didn't
for
do
everything.
anything.
I actually got stopped once. They charged me twice for something that I only had one of, and they fixed it. So actually saved me money that they were checking the receipt at Costco.
That's really good. I listen, I made a move today. I got my therapist after the show. Now, she's deep in Deep Vista. And a couple weeks ago, remember I told you I forgot that I had an appointment, and she's, we can just do on the phone. And I, face-to-face, FaceTime or whatever. Telehealth. And I go, okay, great. This morning I woke up, I go, I had to fill up. It was $117. And I go, you know what? We're going to do telehealth today. I'm not making the 50-mile round trip out to Vista today. We'll just do it on the phone. That's probably where I'm leaning now. So look at me, Mr. Fiscally Conservative. Not really, but working on it. It's a smart decision.
AJ Preller is not usually known for his fiscal conservativeness. The general manager and president of baseball operations for the Padres will join us coming up next. An early Friar Friday management report brought to you by SDCCU is coming up next. Quick timeout. We will get things started with AJ Preller coming up next with Ben and Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. First, in sports, you never rely on just one angle. You watch the replay. You get a second look. Your retirement plan deserves the same attention. That's why Trajan Wealth offers a second opinion approach. TRAJANwealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors review your current strategy, help identify risks, inefficiencies, or opportunities you may not even know are there. Sometimes it's not about starting over. It's just about making some smart adjustments. Trajan Wealth offices at Liberty Station, Carlsbad, and Del Mar, and they work with people who want clarity and confidence moving forward for retirement. So if you've been meaning to double-check your plan, now's a good time to call. 619-367-0207. That's 619-367-0207, or learn more at TRAJANwealth.com. Again, TRAJANwealth.com. Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
He just here. I'll show you a little. Just a little.
Please don't.
Just a little bit. What hurts on you?
Nothing at all.
A little bit.
Not that now.
So let's say
whatever you're about to touch is the only thing.
Let's say
It's gonna hurt.
Right?
All right, yeah.
Okay.
Pretend your knee hurts.
Pretend your knee.
It's going to in a second.
Right here.
Oh, that is not pleasant.
Hey, player, this is all yours. This room with this view. This speakeasy with this cocktail. Hey, could you make that too? The spa with this. Ah. And this pool on this roof. This is all for you. The all-new Hamul Casino Resort, now open.
As we know how it is, Ben and Woods on a Friday. And let's not waste any time. We got an early management report today. It is presented by SDCCU. It's not big bank banking. It is better. Let's head out to Boston, Massachusetts. We're joined by the president of baseball operations, general manager of the San Diego Padres, AJ Preller. Good morning, AJ.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Doing well.
We're good. So obviously Petco Park is your favorite ballpark, but do you have other favorites? Do you like Fenway, the historic ones, Wrigley, when you go and get to see some of these other parks?
Yeah, I think honestly, like all the sorry about the voice this morning. I got a cold here the last week, but yeah, I think all the parks are great. You know, I think we go around the country, and it's one of the cool parts about baseball is that, you know, each park's got a little different element to it. Obviously, you know, Fenway opening day here in Boston. You know, the tradition here, the Green Monster. It's really cool to be a part of it.
Yeah, it should be a fun one today. I mean, you know, assuming everybody comes out ready to go and it's a good baseball game, but you know, opening day at Fenway is such an event every single year. Crazy they have to wait a week, AJ. But after this week, kind of how do you evaluate your team, your new manager? You know, everybody has their opinions. Everybody has their opinions on what's, wrong with the offense or the pitching or whatever it may be. How do you, as the president of baseball ops, take this first weekend and evaluate it?
Yeah, I mean it's 2-4 homestand, so I think we wanted to play better. I think we understand we're going to play better as the year goes on. Again, it's 162 games, so you don't want to make too much out of any one real stretch. But I think we're realistic. Like if we're going to get to where we want to get to, we're going to have to play better than we played here this week in Petco. But we also know we have a team that's capable a lot, and ultimately as the year goes on, it's just about continuous improvement and continuing to play better and score more runs, pitch more consistently. We saw it in flashes, and that's the whole focus. And I think we've had teams that have improved as the season's gone on over the last few years. I think we're looking to do the same thing here this year, and we regroup after each homestand. Every couple of weeks we sit down and talk about where we're at, try not to make go day to day and make too many rash decisions, but ultimately over the next few weeks we'll look back and all right, how do we improve the offense, defense, and the pitching side of things, and that's kind of the regular rhythm of the season.
Of course, that makes sense. You can't be as reactionary as fans are going to be, but you do have some decisions you have to make fairly early. I saw Matt Waldron, another good rehab effort yesterday for El Paso, 4 shutout innings. I think that's 2 in a row. He's getting closer. No options left. We saw, German Marquez struggle a bit in his first start. How long, before you kind of make a decision like that, or maybe bring up a guy like Matt Waldron?
Yeah, I mean, I think again, you make these decisions at the end of spring training, and it's just kind of sets your roster to start the season. And I think one thing we have is the ability to, and I think we're looking to to have guys that are coming back from injury, and we should be able to layer in players as we go over the next 6-8 weeks. So whether that's Matt Waldron, Griffin Canning is on schedule and continues to throw the ball well, he's going to go out in the system and start pitching. Joe Musgrove, Jason Adam, on the position player, Song, Yuki Matsui. I think each, over the next 6-8 weeks, we're going to be able to look at our roster, evaluate the current group, kind of see where guys are at, and then, hopefully look to have some reinforcements that are coming that we know have performed at Petco before and in the big league. So, I think in terms of continuing to get better and try to continue to improve your roster, we've got some internal options, like you mentioned with Matt and some others that, I think we'll get to, in the next couple of weeks, start making us make some decisions, and we'll be able to evaluate the guys we have on our current roster and, see what the best combo is.
Talking to AJ Preller, president of baseball ops, here on Ben and Woods this morning. And what have you, in these 6 games, what have you liked about the team so far? Because I think there's, you always got to look for bright spots, and it's, not like they're 0-6. They did manage to scratch out 2 wins. What have you liked about this squad that Craig Stammen's leading right now?
I think, again, you see the way Pivetta bounced back from opening day and threw the ball well. I think, Pivetta, King putting up zeros. I think he'll be the first to tell you, want to be crispier with his command. He'll get another shot here today. The development of Randy Vasquez, I think we saw that at the end of last season, and then, into spring training where, sometimes spring training, you're trying to evaluate such a different just a different environment. And you're kind of like, all right, what does it all mean? But for him to then take the spring he had stuff wise, command wise, and bring it to the first start, I think those guys are going to have to pitch well in terms of, giving us the ability to go out and get off to good starts from a starting pitching standpoint. Bullpen should be very good. We had a little hiccup there one night against Detroit. But I think you're starting to see a pen that can be very dominant again. And then offensively, we've got to score more runs. We've got to put more pressure on the other team. You see the Laureano, that just continues to swing the bat well, and really since the trade last year. So that's good to see. And again, I don't think Manny and Toddy and Jackson and those guys, they've got a lot of hits coming to them this year. So you go 2-4. Not what we're looking for. We want to play better. But ultimately, it wasn't like, those guys went out and were on their A game and, we went 2-4. Those guys have got a lot of good baseball coming forward. And, again, that's as now we go on this first road trip, and we'll get a better sense here too, and some tough places to play about where we're at.
Our Friday Management Report brought to you by SDCCU and AJ, baseball often a copycat game. Teams will copy what works from other organizations, and it feels like you were the trendsetter a bit recently on this one when you promoted Fernando Tatis Jr. aggressively, Jackson Merrill aggressively, and then extended him very early in his career. Now, we've been seeing like 3 times this week, teams give long extensions to players who hadn't even made their major league debut yet. What do you think of that overall as a strategy? Because those are big commitments for guys who are untested on the big league level.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so some of these things go in cycles. I think, from us, I can just speak to like our decision-making process in terms of, like you mentioned with Tatis or Merrill or Manny or Cronenworth. I think it's, when you feel like you know the players well, you feel like that you know their ability, you're putting a premium on keeping guys in an organization and, for your fan base to see them play for a long time. I think with those guys, what we're trying to do too is, judging the market and seeing where the market was going to go. So I think we, at the time, I think, some people we may have looked at it and said, hey, is this overpaying? Is this the right decision? Is this extending? And now a few years later, when you look at the Toddy and Merrill and, Cronenworth's contract compared to some of these other deals that have been on the market, I think, we felt like, it's an opportunity to sign guys, have them at a cost that we feel like made sense for us. You can build your roster that way. And it seems like that's what a lot of other clubs, have been doing here and definitely in the last couple of weeks. So I think it's exciting for fan bases to know that some of these really good young players that, you get pumped up about and you see, and you can tell they're going to be good players. They're going to be in your city for a long time. And, we obviously did that over the, 3, 4, 5 years ago. And a lot of teams, kind of been doing it here in the last last year or so, and definitely in the last couple of weeks.
I figured I'd go right to the source on this one because I'm watching MLB Network. I think it was Monday, and I tweeted it out, and it was, Harold Reynolds asked the question, Fernando Tatis Jr., is he a Padre at the end of this year? And Dan Plesac, just as quick as can be, goes, no. And I went, what? And I go, we're still doing this. And I, to get you on the, like I'm sure you hear that stuff. If you, rumor is you have a burner. I don't know, but it's always on Twitter. It's usually Yankee fans, trying to trade us something for Tatis. They really covet him there in New York, and they'd take him anywhere, AJ. But I see it all the time. But to hear it, on MLB Network, I'm like, what are we talking about here? Like, it makes no sense. So I thought I'd go right to the source here, Mr. AJ Preller himself.
Yeah, I think, it's definitely a little bit of a head scratcher because we continue to say it. I think, obviously everybody's tied into the Padres and, our team understands, what we're trying to do, and Fernando's a huge part of it. So, it's not something I feel like I really, really need to address much, but, I don't know if, maybe lack of content a couple nights ago, and felt like they need to go back to that.
It's fair. We've been there before too.
Yeah,
we've had to dig stuff up for content purposes as well. So I mean, we can, I guess, kind of relate, but it does seem a little bit ridiculous. And I think it's tied into, well, there may be a new owner, and the new owner may come in and want to, clean house or whatever. I'm like, well, that would be the worst move a new owner could do, is to trade a guy that little kids and everybody around wants to come to the ballpark.
I'd like to arrive in San Diego and be as unpopular as possible away.
Immediately. Day one.
I got one more content question for you, AJ, because he's going to be a lot of content today. Xander Bogaerts back in Boston. I'm sure the Boston media is going to be all over him. I know that fans have expected more from Xander. Where do you see kind of Xander, what he's done for you so far, and what he can still produce? I know kind of waiting for maybe like a monster type Xander season, and hopefully he can stay healthy this year, but give us your thoughts on just where that kind of stands now, 3 years in.
Yeah, it's again, I think when you look at different X factors for our team, Xander's one of them, because I think the first year, I think he led NL shortstops in WAR. He had the big second half, but then the last two, his performance, I think, he's had the injuries over the last couple of years. He finished last year strong, played well in the playoffs. But if we're going to get to where we want to get to and be a team that has a chance to play deep into October, I think having Xander go out and perform like like he's capable of, and he has, and he did for pretty much year in, year out in Boston, and we've seen at different stretches in San Diego. That's a huge part of it. When you have a shortstop that, I think he's a 5-time Silver Slugger. I think when you have a shortstop that can, man shortstop and go out and, whatever the number is, 280 plus, 35 doubles, X WAR that you want to put on that's a huge difference maker. And I think we've seen that in different flashes in San Diego, different spurts, but it's like getting that consistent day in, day out player that, he's been for his career, and the guy that, honestly, you're going to look up and it's going to be closing in on 2,000 hits and, a lot of accolades that he's compiled over the course of his career. I think getting to that point, when you look at what are some X factors that we can have that can take our team to a different level, I think that's a huge part of it. And Xander is very honest with himself. He'll tell you, look at he expects more, and I think it's going to be fun for him to be back here in Boston. Won 2 World Series here, did a ton of winning, ton of performing. So I think that'll be a nice moment for him here. But he's a Padre, and I think for us, I think we're excited about what he's going to bring to us this year in the homestand. Again, I think the numbers and results didn't end up being exactly what he wanted here this week, but he swung the bat well. He put the ball in play, put it in play hard. And I think more of that throughout the season. We're expecting that. We need that, and he expects that of himself.
AJ, appreciate you fighting through the cold to join us this morning. I'm sure drizzly rain in Boston and snow flurries in Pittsburgh, just what the doctor ordered for you this week.
Feel much better.
But good luck to the team, and we'll see you guys when you get back.
Yeah, I got it in beautiful San Diego. So
fair enough.
It's true.
Fair enough.
Viruses don't know. Thank you, AJ.
Thanks, AJ.
Thank you, guys.
AJ Preller, Padres president of baseball operations. Our management report brought to you by SDCCU. It's not big bank banking. It is better. We're going to check traffic, and we'll react to what we heard from AJ and give away tickets to the Manny Machado bobblehead game as well coming up next week, all before the top of the hour. Don't go away. Ben and Woods here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center. Injured? Demand justice. Demand Jurowitz. 855GetRoss.com. Here's Sue Aller.
Looking good out there this Good Friday, but we do have one problem to tell you about on the southbound side of the 15. Looks like there's a stall just past the 78, but other than that, you're in really good shape. I'm not seeing any kind of slowdowns or delays both ways on the 5. The 805 also looks really good. We do have some repair work on the 67 northbound between River Road and Maple View Street. The right lane is closed. And then there is long-term construction on the 905 westbound on the connecting roadway to get onto the 805. I'm Sue Aller with Ben and Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Ben and Woods brought to you by David P. Shapiro, criminal defense attorneys, helping good people regain control of their future when charged with a crime since 2010. Visit davidpshapirolaw.com. Somehow, just like when Craig Stammen said he was too tired to fill out a lineup, AJ saying I shouldn't even have to address it leave some room for wiggle room for fans who want to read into too much. Well, I mean, that means he's still keeping his options open. He didn't say specifically he wasn't going to trade Fernando Tatis Jr. I think do I really even need to say that? Yeah. I mean, the plan is to keep Fernando here for the long term.
Ben, are you going to...
Do plans sometimes change unexpectedly in baseball? Sure. But I don't think there's any idea. Like, he's not plotting to trade Fernando Tatis Jr. at any point.
Are you going to marry Sidney Sweeney?
No, but, there's always the...
No. The answer is, I don't even think I need to address that with an answer. I think you know the answer already.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, 100%. No, I mean, I felt terrible. Like, I hated keeping him on the phone when he sounds like
I did too.
Grim death. Good way to get out of an interview if you want, though. Like, hello.
I called him during the break. He's like, hello. I'm like, why are you doing this today?
Is this Boomer Esiason?
Hello, it's me, Boomer. How are you? No, I'm not trading Tatis.
I feel terrible for him. And then, you got to be on the road. Like, stay away from the clubhouse so you don't get anybody sick.
Good point. Sounds like we're probably going to get a couple more trips to the rotation for Walker Buehler and Herman Marquez.
Yeah, that'd be my guess.
No snap judgments based on one start. You got to evaluate your roster, but they're also poised to pivot within the first, month or so of the season if they need to do so. But don't expect any instant changes coming from the minor leagues other than, a promoting of Jason Adams sounds like it's pretty close.
Yeah.
At least Griffin Canning is on track. Everything seems to be going well. We'll see him. Sounds like rehab starts soon.
Who goes down for Jason Adam? Phantom groin or something?
Possibly.
Yeah.
You would have to put Ron Marinaccio on waivers,
Right.
or you could send Brad Glay, option him down to AAA.
Which stinks because he is a big part of that bullpen, and you're trying to win baseball games at the end of the day. But, yeah, you don't want to run the risk of losing Marinaccio because he's also been very good and he's effective. Matt Waldron had a really good night last night. He's and he had a good spring training as well before the hemorrhoid or whatever. And that begs the question. How long do you ride with Herman Marquez?
I guess I am a little more impatient on this one just because it feels like Matt Waldron's throwing so well. Take advantage of that.
Yeah, man.
When you can. He
If
well
you
in spring,
lose
he's
Herman,
throwing well AAA, and that's a tough league to pitch in.
Yeah.
How long should we go with guys who are ineffective when you have someone who seems like he's rested and raring to go? All right, 1 hour in the books, busy hour. We will come back with some more Padres talk next year on 97.3 The Fan. Thanks again to AJ Preller for joining us on a Friar Friday. And I still do have that Manny Machado bobblehead night tickets to give away. We'll do that in a couple minutes here. However, we do have a game that we're leading up to. This is we're the pre-game show for Sammy Levitt. We'll actually go a couple extra minutes, and then Sammy will sit on down at 10:10 this morning for an 11:10 first pitch at Fenway Park. It is opening day for the Boston Red Sox. So Padres will go through all the pomp and circumstance again, this time as the visitors line up along the foul lines at Fenway Park. That's got to be pretty cool, though. Is get to take part in an opening day at a historic ballpark like Fenway today.
No question, man. It's going to be big, and they're a team that is scuffling. They've lost 5 in a row. They had high expectations. I had high expectations for them.
They still do, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. They still have high expectations for sure. Not really sure what's gone on there, but when Garrett Crochet if you're not winning Crochet Day, it's going to be tough sledding for you all year.
Padres, of course, will miss Garrett Crochet. Michael King will pitch against Sonny Gray in Game 1 of the series coming up later this morning. You can, of course, hear it here on 97.3 The Fan. No lineup yet. I'm sure Randy Knorr will get to that soon, and we will probably have it within the next hour or so.
I would like to spoil their – oh, you said Randy Knorr.
I did.
Look at you. It's pretty funny.
Well, you're not going to change after he put a winning lineup on the field. This is baseball. These guys are superstitious enough. There's
a chance Stammen doesn't make a lineup for the rest of the year. That
would be great. That means that Randy's lineups have been so successful that Stammen's like, not touching this thing again. You're the man, Randy.
I would like to spoil their home opener as ours was spoiled for us. That's exactly what I would like to dish out to the Red Sox today. So Sonny Gray on the bump. He's got a 4-0 record with an ERA of 3.68 and 24 strikeouts in 4 appearances against the San Diego Padres in his career. The last time we saw him, Ben, was when he was with the Cardinals in 25. We got him decent that day. Let's see. Yeah, he gave up 6 earned. But before that, he's almost unhittable.
Now, before that's probably a lot of different players. So I think the most relevant, if any of these stats are ever relevant, is the most recent one, which is positive. And I'm excited to see Michael King. I mean, didn't even have his best stuff and best command, and still, 1 unearned run in 5 innings or close to it in his last start. So I'd like to see Michael King, as AJ said, take another step forward.
He's probably going to have 700 people at the game, too. His family's from that area up there, Michael King. So he's going to be pitching back on the East Coast in front of friends and family would be my guess. I think they're from Rhode Island. His parents still live there. And so they'll be at Fenway today, I would imagine, watching him twirl.
Ask and ye shall receive. Randy Knorr heard me and has issued his lineup for today's game.
Am I going to be happy or sad?
Here's what it looks like. You are going to be intrigued, I would say. It's different again. Not at the top where Fernando Tatis Jr. will lead off against right-hander Sonny Gray at the top of the lineup. So righty against righty. Xander Bogaerts will bat second and play shortstop. Jackson Merrill hitting third in center field. Manny Machado will clean up at third base. Ramon Laureano again hitting fifth in left field. Miguel Andujar, your designated hitter, will bat sixth, and dropping down to the 7th slot after getting 2 hits in his last game will be Gavin Sheets at first base. Jake Cronenworth will hit 8th and play second base. And Luis Camposano, who caught Michael King in the first game, will also catch today and bat 9th.
So you got a 3 righty lane, and now you have a 2 lefty lane.
Correct.
Instead of just throwing Sheets after Laureano.
Yeah.
And calling it a day. All right. Hope it works.
I'm sure there's a reasoning behind it. We will see how it works today. Xander,
it's interesting.
Xander batting second in his return to Fenway Park will get a lot of attention. I asked AJ about it, and Xander, had some comments about it as well, that people, of course, reading into comments as they do from Xander, talking about, comparing his time with the Boston Red Sox, where he won 2 rings, with his time in San Diego and the fan bases for both teams. And I thought some interesting comments from Xander about the fan bases, in a way, paying a huge compliment to Padres fans, essentially saying that Padres fans want it more. He said you can feel it here more. Like desperate is a hard word to say, but it's like a lot of years of frustration coming out. They want it bad.
It's
in
desperate.
Boston, they might want it, but here they want it bad because
I don't think it's a bad word in
I
this
think,
situation.
I think it's the absolute right word to use. Desperate. Because again, you can, if you're a Red Sox fan, you know, you of almost any age. I mean, you know, unless you're a little kid, like if you're a Red Sox fan of almost any age, you're like, bro, that run we had was absolutely outstanding. God, I want to get back there. That was so much fun. Now they're a team that has struggled lately of making it to the postseason, Benjamin, but they have such a good, young, exciting core. I think if you're a Red Sox fan, you're like, yeah, I can rest on my what? What'd they get? 3? I can rest on my.
They've won 4 since 2004.
Okay.
And Xander was with 2 of them.
So I can rest on my 4 since 2004, right? Which is 20 years, 22 years. I can rest on my 4 and know that the future is bright with Marcelo Mayer and Roman Anthony and Rafaela and Jaron Duran and Brian Bayo and now Ranger Suarez. I think will get it figured out. Like you're still excited to be a Red Sox fan. You don't feel like the team. You don't feel like the team is. You may not like Craig Breslow. You may not like John Henry. And you may be pissed about that, but you don't feel like the team is in dire straits. Dire, like we are screwed. There is nothing we can do. We are in over our heads. You do feel like this team has a run in them, certainly. Right?
Yeah.
So I think, you know, but for Padres fans, the desperation is so real. I mean, it came out after game 1, you know. Nobody wanted to see them drop that game, even though it was Tarek Skubal on the bump, you know, one of the best to do it. So the desperation has been real.
Matthew points out the Red Sox have 9 overall championships, but 4 recently, an 86-year hiatus, and then the 5 that came before anybody was born. I don't think that those do not are helping the fan base feel better. That was the most tortured fan base
for
probably in all of sports.
It was Cubs and it was Cubs and it was Red Sox, and they both got theirs. Cubs got 1, Red Sox got 4. I mean, I don't want to hear it. Chowderheads. I don't, you know, nobody here wants to hear you whine and grouse about, oh, you're 4.
Which Xander is saying that he hears more of it in San Diego than he did in Boston.
Sure.
And he also says his legacy in San Diego is tied to whether or not the Padres win a title. He didn't come here to pad his numbers. He didn't come here.
You would never leave Fenway to pad your numbers here offensively ever.
He says he needs to win a championship to cement his legacy. It requires winning a title.
Yeah.
Whether he hits 250 or 290 for that championship team
won't matter.
That won't matter. If he plays for a championship winning Padres team, and he also has 2 rings with Boston, I think he'll feel like his legacy is secure and that he justified the, $250 million contract that he got. Even if he's not the star, if he's part of a championship winning team, mission accomplished in San Diego for Xander Bogaerts.
Yeah, there was nothing really. There was nothing in it that there was one thing actually that jumped off that I went, what, really? Where is it? Oh, here he goes. This is the one that made me go, what? Okay. And his take on the groups that follow the 2 teams might be shocking to those steeped in old tropes about the laid-back San Diego fan. Quote, I just think San Diego is just like one thing that I like, and it can be a little frustrating because I've been fortunate enough to play on 2 teams where we won. Coming here, this is all they want. I say they because I wasn't here before. Coming here, you notice right away. I don't know if everything gets a little overblown maybe, but why? It's just because they want it so bad. So I'm trying to think what's been overblown. Like you've struggled. There's no 2 ways about it.
That we're off to a 2-4 start, and some of the fan base is panicking. Maybe.
Well, the other thing is I want him to refer to himself as we, not they. You're
the Padres fan base is we.
You're a we now. You're not a they anymore.
That's fair.
That's kind of the only 2 things. If I'm going to parse something out, I went, okay, that
was a bit of a muddled sentence.
It was.
Said, the one thing I like, and it can be frustrating. How many people like things that are frustrating? But you just went right out and said,
I like my
really,
wife.
I really
lot.
like
She's
this.
frustrating.
It's frustrating,
I like
but I really like this.
No, it's actually a good
is
point.
how much the fans overreact and overblow things. Really like that.
I like my kids, and they are very frustrating. I like you guys, and you're very frustrating.
Maybe that's how Xander feels about the Padre fan base. Like his kids, and I like them.
And then,
but they can be frustrating.
Yeah, B. Wilson. I saw this yesterday from Anthony Rizzo was doing a thing, and he said Padres fans are the most ruthless. I was like, what? What is happening right now? If that's the perception, I'll take it.
It wasn't that way when I was growing up, but it has certainly changed in the last 10 years. Social media, I mean, did you see the takedown of Adrian Gonzalez's new taco shop online yesterday? If you want to talk about ruthless Padres fans, my God, that was a takedown yesterday. You can find it on social media.
It was.
I don't know. I mean, try it for yourself if you want.
Yeah.
Tacos are tacos, but Padres fans can be pretty ruthless if they put their mind to it.
It's because we are desperate, and it's absolutely right. I think that was the perfect word. You could tell he was like, I don't want to call them desperate, but they are. And here's the thing. I think what we want from the players, we want you to be as desperate as we are. That's what it all boils down to. You need to feel desperate. We can't control it. We have no control. All we can do is show up to the ballpark, which we do.
6 sellouts, 6 games.
All we can do is support the hell out of the team, which we do.
Listen to the team's morning show on the radio station. That's really an important part of being a good fan.
All we can do is just continue to show up and be there for you. You need to be as desperate as we are. That's what I think all of us want to see from every single player. Always. I see it with SDFC. I see it. It's a brand new team. I see them desperate to win for our city. I can't always say that about the Padres. Now, I do get
34 games, 162 games are not the same thing.
100%. I'm totally with you on that. You're absolutely right. But I want them to be as desperate and hungry for a title as every single Padres fan I know that literally DM me every night like I can't take this anymore. I've been through this for too long.
But you also don't want a team that burns itself out by July because they've played every game like it's a championship for 3 months.
Okay.
I mean, you do have to keep that in mind in baseball.
I get it, but I feel okay. Right. And I know that. I know that as well as anybody does. That I think it's a mentality, an overarching mentality. I said it after last year. I said, do they hate losing enough? And I think about that all the time. Like, do you hate it so much? Xander, Manny, everybody, Jackson, Joe, do you guys hate it so much that it drives you, it motivates you, you're desperate to win one for San Diego? I don't think anybody on that team, I think they all know what it would mean for them and their legacy. Like, you want to look how they celebrate the 98 team here for good reason. Look how they celebrate the 84 team here. Guys that batted.
Neither won the World Series.
Neither won the World Series.
Think about all the relationships we have because those guys have stayed in the fold in some capacity.
Yeah.
You think about guys that are lower on the depth chart, maybe they win a World Series. Like Bryce Johnson's never going to need to buy a drink in San Diego.
Bryce Johnson is a cult. He would get in a World Series game. He'd swipe a big bag. He'd make a big catch. He'd be one of those guys that got some crazy hit,
right?
Against the, Yankees or something, that you got some crazy hit down the line, and you are a cult. You are a cult figure forever.
Like it'll pad, potential Hall of Fame resumes for the guys like Manny and Tatis or whatever, Jackson Merrill maybe, but like it's the other guys where it's just like they were on that team that won the World Series. They're just a hero forever in San Diego.
And just so you know, I don't think that they don't want it. I don't think that they don't want it.
But here's an example from earlier this week. The Hunter Pence ball to the wall between Jackson Merrill and Fernando Tatis.
Harrison Bader.
I'm sorry, Harrison Bader. Ball to the wall.
That would have been weird if it was Hunter Pence.
Harrison Bader. 8 Giants that start with an H from the past.
The Phil Rizzuto double was the one that really confused me.
Harrison. Did he not want to lose badly enough, or did he make the smart decision?
Probably judicious.
The first week of the season,
probably
not
judicious.
to potentially put himself on the injured list for 2 months and collide with Fernando Tatis Jr. If that's a playoff game, my guess is Jackson Merrill is diving for that ball and probably making that catch, but risking bodily harm.
Yeah.
Do you risk bodily harm? Does that mean you don't hate losing enough, or do you know that winning requires sometimes you to play with a little bit of caution and moderation early in a season? That's an example right there.
Well, again, like we've seen that approach for many years, right? And again, I'm not in here saying these guys don't want it enough, but when you say they really want it, they're really desperate. I want to hear we all are. We are absolutely desperate. We need it. We have to get it. Wouldn't you want to be part? Like think about David Ross and Anthony Rizzo and every single one of those Cubs and every one of Kevin Millar and all the guys from the Red Sox, like legendary in this game. Legendary. They're legends, like they walk down the streets in Boston. Millar frosts his tips. He doesn't care. He walks down the street in Boston. They're like, let's go. Like you can be a very good to average Major League Baseball player and to be part of a city's first title. Seattle, when it happens for them, deified people here. And we've just gotten so close that I just want the message to be we're as desperate as the fans are. I think that would have gone a long way, and that would go a long way with a lot of people.
Got Darren Smith joining us at the bottom of the hour. Before that, though, we got to get to Don't Do This, and I've got to give away tickets to the Manny Machado bobblehead game. It is coming up on Thursday when the Padres return home to host the Colorado Rockies, and you can win 2 tickets right now by calling 833-288-0973. Third caller, 833-288-0973. 2 tickets, Manny's Hot Corner bobblehead game presented by McDonald's, available to the first 40,000 fans. Tickets are available at padres.com/tickets. When we come back, though, Don't Do This. Maybe not the best look in the first week of the season to oversleep and miss the game, or at least miss the fat chance to start in the game. We'll get to that and more coming up next year on 97.3 The Fan.
Hey, player, this is all yours. This room with this view. This speakeasy with this cocktail. Hey, could you make that too? The spa with this. Ah. And this pool on this roof. This is all for you. The all-new Hamul Casino Resort, now open. Hey, player, this is all yours. This room with this view. This speakeasy with this cocktail. Hey, could you make that too? The spa with this. Ah. And this pool on this roof. This is all for you. The all-new
DDT brought to you by Dixieline Lumber and Home Centers, helping San Diego homeowners and contractors fix it, build it, and
enjoy it.
All right, let's get right to it. Woods.
Rookies, man.
Rookies.
Royals rookie Carter Jensen has that what he did yesterday. It's certainly not a hanging offense. It is it's one that a learning experience for this young man. But he was slated to catch yesterday's day game after a night game, giving 36-year-old Salvi Perez, the day off, and he was just going to DH and get him off his feet. And Carter Jensen overslept. He overslept. Ended up catching one inning. I think it was the 9th inning. But he didn't make it to the ballpark in time to prep.
And so what did he do wrong?
And again, you're catching. You've got to handle the pitching staff. This isn't like the DH showing up with 30 minutes to spare. Like, don't worry, I'll get my swings off the tee. I'll be fine. The rookie, number one, so not a great look for him.
Forgot to set his alarm.
Well, I think he slept through it. I think that's what he said. He slept through his alarm. He did eventually show up in a full panic.
I need at least like 6 to 8 alarms.
That was him. Good. That was him in spring training. They
6
asked
to 8
him,
alarms.
6 to 8 alarms.
I have one of my sons has the same problem. Like he'll set, or at least had one. He'll set an alarm, and it won't wake him up. I could hear it from the opposite corner. I'm down on the first floor. He's on the second floor, opposite corner of the house. Bah, 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 bah. He will not wake up. And if you're alone and you set your alarm and it's loud and it doesn't wake you up, what's your backup plan?
Well,
get a different alarm, I guess.
Get a couple of different alarms. Get
right, but
the world's most annoying
he set
alarm.
6 or 8 of them. If they don't wake him up,
I think what he means is he sets
403,
404, 409,
right.
And if it's still the same noise over and over, and you slept through the first one, it's a good possibility you'll sleep through the next one. But it's such a bad look. I mean, it's such a bad look. Panic said it was the worst drive to the ballpark he's ever had. I can only imagine. He's been in the big leagues for he's a rookie, so.
That could be his alarm.
That could be his alarm.
My son would have slept through that.
Scared me to death.
I mean, if we didn't physically jostle him awake, he wouldn't get up. It was so hard to get him up in the morning.
At what age?
Like 16 to 18.
Yeah, I can remember those days a little bit. But Vinny Pasquantino talked about it, and listen, they're not going to bury this guy, but they're not mincing words either.
6-year-old catcher who's preparing to DH today, and then his world gets a little rocked that an hour and a half before the game, he's not going to be DHing. So, credit to Salvi today for being ready. First and foremost, we're glad Carter's okay, right? I mean, that was kind of the initial thought when you're trying to get a hold of his parents and everything like that to just make sure everything's okay. But once you find out he's okay, it's like, all right, it's a growing moment. He's really young. There are some things that cannot happen, and that's one of them. So he's going to have to wear it on the chin, same way anybody would have to. So it can't happen. And hopefully it doesn't happen again. But it's one of those things that you can't afford mistakes like that in this game. So just gotta move forward the best that he can. I know he feels really bad. I know that it was not his favorite drive to the field this morning, but it wasn't our favorite morning either. Trying to figure out what was going on. So, he'll learn from it, grow up a little bit, and we're here for him though. It's not like anybody's mad at him. Things happen, but you got to learn from mistakes like that, and maybe get another alarm clock or something.
I mean, you have to maybe hire a service or something.
I was thinking about it. I don't remember ever hearing a story of a professional athlete, a baseball player, sleeping through a start, missing a start because of that. I'm sure it's happened, and it just never got out.
That's true. They sometimes won't tell the public.
I got to imagine. I mean, you're talking a 1:00 start.
Yeah, 1:10 start.
An afternoon day game start. It's just that probably happens so few and far between that. I thought about it when he said we were scared.
Yes.
We had to call his parents because how often does a professional athlete not wake up in his hotel room or whatever and make it to the ballpark eventually? They're all there going, Is he alive?
Is he okay, man? Yeah, dude. That's a big concern. So you get home, you're wired maybe from the night before, you can't sleep, you fall asleep late, and then the 1:10. Starting your work day, but he's got to be there early. So yeah, he's 22, and I can't imagine he'll do that again.
All right, we're a little behind time, so let's get right to do this.
Okay,
we'll skip my DT. We'll save it for the Randall Report.
DD mega doo-doo.
That then. So I will do this as well. Dan Orlovsky, I thought this was a really, really sweet moment yesterday. It was, I want to make sure I get this right here. It was World Autism Awareness Day. Got several friends with autistic kids, and it's one of my buddies calls him his super child. Right. And it's just the sweetest thing. Dan Orlovsky has an autistic son. His name is Madden. And he was on their show yesterday on NFL Live.
Okay. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Madden, I just want to tell you how inspiring you are to so many people. There's a lot of people watching right now that may think they can't do something like this, or they can't go on TV and talk and sing, and you're up here being absolutely awesome.
Can I say something to my friends?
Yes, please.
Go for it.
Say
Thank you.
Yes.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Walking
You're
around to the
welcome.
front of the
Thank you.
camera.
You can just sit here and talk, but
Oh,
Mads, you can sit
Thank
here.
you, friends. Thank you for hanging out with us.
So sweet.
Oh.
oh
Good job.
man,
Miss Laura
That's awesome.
saying that you have such good courage
you do.
and you're helping a lot.
Really
of people.
do.
You're a hero, bud.
Yeah.
For a lot of people.
And the fact that you wanted to thank your family like that.
You said
really,
Noah's a good
really
brother.
Special.
Oh, yeah. Well, he always commands me all the time.
Good job, bub. Thank you, guys. That was
But-
awesome. Yeah.
Dan, it goes on, and Madden looks at Dan, his father, and he says, "Are you crying?" And he goes, "Yeah, because I love you."
That's so sweet.
Gonna get your boy.
Yeah.
I watched my wife and I this week. We watched the new season of Love on the Spectrum.
Yeah, Hannah
and
watches
it
it too.
follows people with all different types of autism and other disabilities as they learn how to go on dates and meet other people. And some of them fall in love. Some of them continue to fall in love. This season, that came out this week, I was like sobbing, like weeping. All 7 episodes. I'm like, Jesus Christ, Netflix, settle down.
Trying to kill
I
it.
can't handle this right now. It's some of the sweetest stuff I've ever seen.
Eric said he's
The
crying
joy.
crying on the Stairmaster right now. Yeah, I got
God.
tears in my eyes.
Sam McKee said, bawled my eyes out watching that
was
segment.
really sweet.
And it definitely was a do this on a Friday.
That was Don't Do This with Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan.
Ran into Darren Smith yesterday at SDFC training. He will join us as the team gets ready to return from the international break. They will take on San Jose, the Earthquakes, tomorrow. Big game coming up. We will talk to Darren when we come back with Ben and Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
You know, when we were talking to AJ Preller earlier, I thought, man, he could really use a big dose of eco water. It really does make me feel better. I've had a cough for about a week, but
You got them jugs,
I
don't you?
do, Paul. You know I do. Love it, man. We love our hometown team. We love representing the brown and gold. Let's talk some home field advantage. Southern California water is really, really hard. I mean, it dries out your skin, destroys your appliances. We've had the Eco Water system for years. It's the MVP of our home. Everybody is obsessed with it. These guys have been at the top of their game since 1925, over a century of perfecting the soft life. They'll even come out and do a free in-home water test to show you what's in your pipes. So no guesswork there, just facts. Their new systems feature smart leak monitoring and a whole home shutoff. And with financing up to 84 months, it's such a no-brainer. Take it from a guy whose family uses it every single day. Your home deserves a win, too. Call 760-350-3338, 760-350-3338, or go to ecowatersocal.com. Let them know Woodsy sent you. Not everything in life should be hard, especially your water. Keeping it soft since 1925. He just here. I'll show you a little. Just a little.
Please don't.
Just a little bit. What hurts on you?
Nothing at all.
A little bit.
Not that now.
So let's say
whatever you're about to touch is the only thing.
Let's say
It's gonna hurt.
Right?
All right, yeah.
Okay.
Pretend your knee hurts.
Pretend your knee.
It's going to in a second.
Right here.
Oh, that is not pleasant.
Hey, player, this is all yours. This room with this view. This speakeasy with this cocktail. Hey, could you make that too? The spa with this. Ah. And this pool on this roof. This is all for you. The all-new Hamul Casino Resort, now open.
Broadcasting live from the Bill House Studios, we know how. Ben and Woods on a Friday, heading right toward Padres baseball. Got an early start today, 11:10 first pitch from Fenway Park. 10:10 for your pregame show with Sam Levitt, who will be in studio for the first time, first road game of the season.
The roadie.
A lot of time before then, though, a lot to get to, including a conversation with our friend Darren Smith, talking SDFC and Padres. We'll do that after a check of traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center. Injured? Demand justice. Demand Jurowitz. 855GetRoss.com. Here's Sue Eller.
Hitting the brakes now on the 5 northbound. 3 lanes are down at Carmel Mountain Road, all because of a collision delays. They go all the way back to Sorrento Valley Road, so you want to avoid this altogether. Stick with the 15. That's in really good shape. So is the 805. Watch out for a stall on the 78 westbound at Mission Road. You got the right lane blocked, and the delays, they go all the way to the 15. I'm Sue Aller with Ben and Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Going out to our SDCCU fan hotline. It's not big bank banking. It is better. Joined by our friend Darren Smith, who ran into yesterday at SDFC training, although Darren stayed away from the rest of the hoi polloi media doing the scrum stuff. He had his own conversations with the players at SDFC to get to.
That's what you want.
I'm almost kind of glad, because I'm still at that stage where I'm nervous about asking a dumb question because I don't know soccer as well as I know other sports in front of anybody, but certainly in front of Darren. And I thought my questions to Mikey Varas and Lewis Morgan yesterday were relevant and good, but I don't really know, because I don't have that confidence yet. So now Darren doesn't know what I asked, so he can't evaluate me.
Well, that's not true.
Oh,
I did go back and I did watch the scrum, because they make the scrum available, because they send it out later for via email.
All right, how did I do?
And just remember, Ben, there are no dumb questions.
Yes,
there
there
are just dumb people who ask questions.
Yeah,
That's fair.
Yeah.
Ben's like, why do you guys use your head so much? Wouldn't it be easier to use another part of your body, a shoulder, perhaps? Right?
I listened. I thought because I was looking for something that I actually didn't get when I had my own little exclusive area going on over there for the pregame show. So I was looking for something. So I went back, and I actually think that I found what I was looking for. I don't know if it was your question, but I did find it in the scrum that I wasn't participating in. So thank you guys.
You're welcome. My problem is I was setting up to do a story on Anders and the disappointment of not qualifying for the World Cup. So I asked Mikey and I asked Lewis, and then we were told that Anders was going to come by, and then they said he's catching up on a lot of training stuff and he's not going to be able to join the meeting. And I go, I have already asked all my questions. I've set up my story, and then I don't get the principle. So I had to do the story without the participation of Anders, but he's really good and open and does a lot of media. So I wasn't mad about it. I was a little like, my whole angle has kind of been blown up a little bit.
Yeah, I get it. And I was happy to see him there. I was so disappointed for him. I watched every minute of that game between Denmark and Czechia, and I think one of the things that we were talking about a little bit off on the side is how quickly do you want to get him back into the mix, right? Because for those that don't know, Anders Dreyer during the international break went and played for Denmark, and this game went to extra time and ended up going to a penalty kick shootout. So one of these two teams was going to get eliminated. One of these two teams was going to advance to the World Cup, and Anders missed a penalty kick in the PK shootout. Now, he was one of 3 Danes that did so. So, yeah, I
and his
don't know.
corner kick set up the big tying goal. Or there wouldn't have been penalty kicks to begin with.
And he had the guts to do it, which a lot of guys run away from that scenario.
Is that true?
Whatever it is that people want to say about penalty kicks, people are like, yo, well, like, don't call my number here. This isn't
Really?
for me.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I figured you'd have like 10 guys be like, me.
You have some guys that definitely do. They say, hey, like, I will. But other guys in that moment panic because you don't want to be the face of something like missing out on a World Cup on a missed penalty.
And it is one of those, like, if you succeed, you were supposed to succeed. It can only be a moment, kind of a failure for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There are guys that, like, they when the manager looks around the huddle, goes like, who can I count on? Some guys like, I hope he doesn't look at me, like
hides
when
behind someone else.
Yeah. But, I think, one of the things that I heard was, they want to, physically they want to, if he's right, they want to get him right back in there in the starting 11 because, that's just one of those things. Like he wants to be back and playing. And the best way to move on from that is to be back and playing and scoring goals for SDFC this weekend against San Jose. So, yeah, I know I was disappointed, but I was happy to see him there. But I was wondering the same thing. I was like, what am I going to say to him? Like I always got the sense that taking penalty kicks wasn't his favorite part of the job. I've never talked to him about it. This is 100% me just speculating, but I never got the sense watching him that it's his favorite part of what it is that he does. But I don't know. We'll get that opportunity at some point, I'm sure.
Well, Darren Smith joins us right now. I never thought I'd say this, but there's been a void. There's a void with SDFC being off and getting the international break. And I'm so glad that they're back tomorrow. You got early Padres baseball. You got March Madness, and you got SDFC at 7:30 tomorrow night against San Jose. The team that's a point ahead of us in the West. What can we expect tomorrow?
It's a totally different looking team than last year. This is a team that scored a bunch of goals. Like San Jose's reputation from 2025 was they're one of the best goal scoring teams in MLS. They had 60 goals scored, but they were comically bad at prevention. They allowed 63. So, you score 1 million, but you give up 1,000,001. It's like, okay, what's the point here? And they completely remade their roster. They got rid of all 3 players on their front line. These are players that contributed 45 goal contributions between the front 3. They got younger, more athletic, and they got a great coach, a Hall of Fame coach in Bruce Arenas. Won 5 MLS Cups and 5 national championships, was the coach for the national team. Said, I can't win. These guys are exciting. They're good. They have name brand recognition, but we have to be younger. We have to be more athletic. We have to be more interested in playing defense. We can't just think that we're going to outscore teams 4-3. So, they're good. They only had 5 clean sheets last year. They've already had 4 this year. So, there's something to it that they said we have to focus on being a better defensive-minded team than we were in 2025. And so far, they have been exactly that. So they've only scored 7 times. They've allowed only 1. So it's interesting. It's a young team. It's going to be pesky. They're very direct. They like going over the top. They have a lot of speed on their roster, and it's the first time we're going to see them. So I'm not quite sure what to expect, but I also think that now SDFC able to put a lot of that schedule congestion in the rearview mirror and just focus on MLS between now and the World Cup is going to be a good thing for the group.
Got one more soccer question for Darren here. And this is, I know you follow, obviously, the whole sport internationally plus MLS. So San Jose, one of the older school MLS teams that still has a nickname, the San Jose Earthquakes, like the LA Galaxy or the Seattle Sounders. Now, recently, all the teams that have joined the MLS lately have been copying more like European. San Diego FC went very simple, but there's Real Salt Lake, there's Inter Miami. What do you think about, should it be more American, like with nicknames, the way some of the older teams did it, or do you like going with the kind of simple, just club name without an official nickname attached to it like SDFC did?
I think it's safe to do the SDFC thing. I don't have any real objection to it. By the way, the San Jose Earthquakes were originally the San Jose Clash when they started in 1996. And then they actually relocated. That original franchise relocated to Houston. So for a couple of years, there was no MLS in the Bay Area. And then it returned with the San Jose Earthquakes. There you go, a little useless trivia for your Friday. I don't really have a preference. I don't mean to be lame about it. I don't. I think it's there are times where I find myself saying SDFC or San Diego FC. I go to the Chrome and Azul just for the purposes of broadcasting, or is it the Azul and Chrome, right? Because that's the way it sounds. I wish we had even an unofficial nickname so that I didn't
unofficial.
Have
I do find myself as a casual. I go back and forth. I'm like, is it San Diego FC, SDFC? Like you got the Pods, the Padres.
Yeah.
Friars.
If you called them the San Diego Padres every single time, that would kind of bother myself at least.
The for the faithful.
And I don't like just saying San Diego because I'm in San Diego.
Right.
I think everybody knows what we're talking about. So I don't like saying, hey, this is a penalty kick for San Diego or this is goal San Diego or whatever. So I usually defer to SDFC or I try to mix in the colors. But I don't really have a preference. I don't like lame nicknames. I think the Quakes, I think that's a good name. Like I like shortening it to Quakes. I like the Sounders. I think the Sounders has cachet to it. There are others like the Dynamo. I don't like that.
No.
So, I guess it's just dependent on which situation it is. Right.
We'd screw it up somehow. And it would be like, oh no, the burritos really were really doing this.
The beach,
San Diego Beach. You're like, oh boy, the surfboards
the zoo.
The San Diego Zoo. Like what?
So I think there are ones that work and there are ones that don't. I think LAFC, as simple as it is.
Good.
I think that's one that really is good. And I like SDFC. Me too. I do. I just wish I had I have to find a different way to say it.
No, I hear you 100%. I'm the same. I'm glad you asked that question, Benny. Let's switch gears a little bit to the San Diego Padres. Darren Smith, been following all of your clips, seeing your clips, talking to Heath Bell. It's been a week, right? Heater's the best. There's some panic in the air after a 2-4 start, panic in the air about the back end of the rotation, but you do get the sense. We talked to AJ this morning, there is, and he mentioned them by name, Matt Waldron and Griffin Canning and these guys, they're going to be ready soon.
That's good, I guess. I guess that puts people like Walker Buehler and German Marquez on notice. I didn't think that Buehler was bad, and you could tell that Marquez was just trying to work through some stuff. So, I guess that's good. I don't know. It just feels like there's a little spring training vibe to the first 6 days, right? Different lineups, another new lineup today. So this is 7 out of 7.
7
where we haven't had, 7 out of 7.
But didn't we bitch all the time about not doing this last year? Like, oh, we're rolling the same old turd out there again to lay down bunts in the first inning. We'll never be happy. None of us will never be happy. But I feel
working through stuff. Certain guys can do certain things on certain days and not on other days.
Right,
so,
right.
Maybe it's the WBC factor, but it has, the start for me, I wouldn't say it's panicky. It just it's just a weird energy. It just has like a spring training kind of vibe. Remember like the NFL when nobody was playing in the preseason and September became the actual preseason for the NFL.
Yeah.
Sort of has that feel to
That's a
it
good
for
point.
me where guys are kind of like, it's okay.
We got time.
I got time, we can work it out. I just haven't even hit a stride yet. So I don't know. Panic is probably unfair. I heard, I was surprised. You mentioned Heath Bell. I was surprised that he went in as hard as he did on Craig Stammen.
Yeah.
About the lineup thing. I was sitting there sitting right in the seat, like, what? And, it caught my ear when he said that about Randy Knorr making the lineup for the third game against San Francisco. Yeah. But, I appreciate him being honest, but, I also am not somebody who's in the clubhouse listening to this stuff wondering, I'm putting my career in this person's hands. Does he know what he's doing? So, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about this group yet, but they haven't really, I don't really feel like they've given us a lot to work with so far.
Not to push back too much on Heath Bell and other people's criticism, but Darren, you know as well as I do that half or more managers of the league have a lineup handed to them by their front office, and they don't make it out at all. So, it seems disingenuous to make a giant deal about a coach relying on another coach to help them make out a lineup just to see if they can get the offense going. But
Or
hey,
just
that's
say,
just
can
me.
I have your ideas?
Yeah.
Like, what are your ideas? I don't know that Randy whipped one out of his back pocket and was like, I'm glad you asked because I've got one I've been working on. You know what I mean?
And I think it's a moment of levity where he's like, what I'm doing isn't working around here. And, and I figured it was more of that. But I also am not the former baseball player.
That's true.
Right? So, I have to, whatever it is that people want to say about Heath Bell is fine. Like I've said plenty of things about Heath Bell in my life before I ended up working with the guy. So I understand that, but he is the former big leaguer in this conversation, not me, and he's the one that's like, like what's going on there? Does the manager really know what it is that he's got going on here? So I thought it was much more a moment of levity, which I think that Craig Stammen's kind of good at, of him being like, hey, I got to learn this stuff too. I wasn't thinking about this gig, but enough of those kind of comments and people start going, well, does he really even want this?
Yes,
you know what I mean?
It's got to stop.
Well, let's ask, is he too self-deprecating?
Yes.
In this job now, is he now too self-deprecating? Is he going to have to watch that? Because I'm self-deprecating. Woods is self-deprecating.
Oh my.
Works here, but maybe it doesn't work quite as well all the time as a major league manager.
Sarcasm doesn't always work. It just doesn't always fly. And people will parse things out when somebody's like, he wasn't actually tired, Darren. That's not why he didn't make out the lineup, because he was tired, right? Like, I'm too tired to do it.
Right.
Somebody hears that and they go, lazy, doesn't care, whatever. Like, people take this stuff and run. It just doesn't always fly from the skipper.
Sure. But it's all part of the overall, like, well, I didn't want to be a candidate for this job.
Yeah. Yes.
And like now all of a sudden it's like, well, is this why he didn't want to do it? You know what I mean? Like, and it's easy to start putting all these things together, even if the math isn't exactly right? The whole 2 and 2 is 5 thing. But like all the things you're starting to just say, wait a second now, because I'm 100% with you. Like I'm okay with a guy getting up there and being self-deprecating. Yeah. I've heard Bruce Bochy, get chucked out of a game, and Flannery ends up somehow being the manager of the game, and he's like, oh, maybe Flan should be the manager of the game. He's obviously not being serious there. But when you're a guy like Craig Stammen who's never done this before,
good Boch.
Yeah, like it's not it's a totally different scenario, especially when we know the circumstances of your hiring, which is like, yeah, I'm just here to interview other candidates for the job. And then somehow, some way, he ended up becoming the man.
What we're saying is that fans want to know that Craig Stammen's heart is in this 100%. And they want cues from the manager that show that, not cues that perhaps show the opposite at this early stage.
Sure. Yeah. And I think that's fair again. And I certainly understand it's easy to dismiss any bit of opinion or commentary, but I was surprised because that's a former big leaguer who's saying that, in Heath Bell, regardless of how people feel of him. So, it was a surprise to me when I was having that conversation in real time. I was like, oh, okay, this is more serious than I guess I thought, at least for one person.
Darren, great talking to you. We are all looking forward to next Saturday when we will be out at Snapdragon Stadium.
I know. So
CFC's next home game, sitting down in the box on the field. Please stop by and say hello before your broadcast, but we'll talk to you before then.
I don't even know if they allow us.
No, you're not allowed down there.
Commoners into those special areas where you guys are. And by the way, I don't have to set an alarm for this show.
Yes,
every Friday excited for the Ben and Wood show. So I don't even have to set one alarm.
You're not a rookie. I mean, you're a pro. This is, it's a rookie mistake that kid made.
Exactly.
Thanks, D. Smith. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, guys.
Darren Smith, weekly, every Friday. Love having him on, talking SDFC, talking Padres, and more. All right, we're actually close to halfway. We've got a little extra for you today, getting to the pregame show at 10:10.
You guys ready for the worst 5 minutes of radio you've ever heard in your life? 10 o'clock to 10:05.
More like, you guys ready to hear AJ Preller again from 6:30?
I might extend the pregame show a little bit with a little more AJ Preller. Who knows?
Sammy's like, crap, I was going to use it on the pregame show.
Take on Woods, a lot to get to before then, all coming up in our 8 o'clock hour next year on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, we are halfway home on a Friday. Ben and Woods 97.3, The Fan. Good to be here with you. Looking forward to a little day baseball today, tomorrow, and the next day. All early games, right?
11:10, 1:10, and 10:35 a.m.
I like
That
it.
is outstanding.
It's outstanding, man. I love it. Then you have your day to stew or be happy, whatever however you roll. But I'm looking forward to watching the game today. Excited about that. I'm Woodsy. Paul Reindel's our executive producer, and Ben Higgins is your friendly neighborhood sports anchor. You're going to be on the anchor desk tonight. The big dog.
Correct. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 11 on ABC 10. Join me.
If maybe we can get some new exciting clips.
It's possible
from you.
A lot of war talk and
great
things that are not all that fun right now in the world.
That's fair.
Got to anchor about, but
You gonna talk about Tiger Woods at all? Is that
Tiger
Yeah.
has
Is that
been
national-
definitely
that's news,
a story
right?
every single day. There's
that body cam footage.
Yeah, that was yesterday's
really,
big
That was
update to the story.
I felt weird. I was gonna, make a joke, and then I felt weird about it because I don't think you can make a joke about somebody when they're maybe at their rock bottom. Doesn't feel like he thinks he's at his rock bottom yet. But the pictures that came out of him kneeling, I mean, look, I'll say this. I'm not virtue signaling. I didn't make a joke, but I laughed at every other person's jokes that they made.
Yes.
I laid in bed with my wife last night. We were going through them, and I was crying, laughing. Like when he was kneeling down.
The space blanket.
Why, is that what that was?
One.
They gave him a blanket in the back of the cop car because he was handcuffed, and he was underneath like a blanket back there.
But he had it around his head like E.T. In the
Yes,
basket.
it was
and
like E.T..
Somebody goes, he's E.T. maxing right now, and I'm falling out laughing. Now I'm like, I'm not gonna make the joke, but I will laugh at yours. Aren't you am I just as guilty?
No, you're definitely not as guilty. Your natural reaction when someone makes a funny joke to laugh
to
is
laugh.
not inappropriate.
But it also
they reported that
the montage
that he couldn't stop hiccuping. Now, he wasn't drunk. He was 0.0 on the breathalyzer, but
He was messed up on
They
something.
said he just kept hiccuping as well. And they
Maybe
said
had a Zin. That gets me sometimes.
and whether it's true or not, he said he was on the phone with the president.
Yes.
when
First
they were
call, by
trying
the
to-
way.
yeah.
Not your significant other, your kids. Hey, dad's okay. You're gonna see some stuff. Then we call the president, try to get out of this thing. That's exactly what he did. Try to get out of this thing.
Oh man.
He pleaded not guilty,
Yep.
and then his lawyer asked the judge and got permission for Tiger to leave the country for rehab, to go to some sort of exotic, private, away from paparazzi or anyone else, some sort of rehab clinic where he can address his painkiller addiction
Yeah.
or whatever he is going on with his life right now.
Yeah, that'll be a big story. But it did beg the question. I saw one when he was kneeling, and it said, how my dad looks at me after 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. He's got that kind of disapproving look on his face as he's kneeling down. I mean, I did laugh at many others' creativity, and can I be honest with you? I'll be honest. I did save the Mother Mary the picture to use like in a final score thread. I did do that. I will be honest, and I still might, but I might not, because I don't want to make fun of somebody.
I think once
at their
been,
lowest.
Once it's been memed, though, it kind of becomes separated from the actual circumstances of whatever created the meme.
Fair.
Now
The meme is like
the meme is
it's alive.
its own thing.
It's
at this
alive.
point. It's alive and it's its own thing.
All right. Yeah. Listen, you just think about these things sometimes. At least I do. Overthink about them. We got Sammy Levitt.
Paulie just
did he put it up there?
Put it up in the stream. I mean,
it's how do you not?
It's ET maxing, dude. It looks like ET. It's just the craziest thing. What in the world, man? What in the world? Sammy Levitt is in studio. Good morning, Samuel.
Hey, good morning.
Oh, we gotta
not
get
that one.
Which one? There you are. You're on number 3. No, you're good.
working out.
There you Hi.
You guys are even saying something that I don't say, which is maxing.
Looks maxing?
Looks maxing.
I've just learned about this over the last couple of months. I don't know.
Sleep maxing.
I went down a rabbit hole.
I still don't know what it means.
Of this guy, clavicular.
I've seen the clips on social media.
And I don't know why I did, but I did. And I thought to myself, well, we're doomed as a society.
I don't know anything about that guy. My wife, her words were, "Oh yeah, you haven't made it to that part of the internet yet."
It's the dark.
Now he's a streamer, content creator,
Right.
influencer type, right? But what is a looks maxer?
He's a guy that spends his entire life working on his looks, his physique, his face. Now they have an interesting technique.
Is that all his content, like his routines?
Yeah,
and
routines
his-
and stuff. And now, it's gone. Now he just how am I the clavicular expert? He went and
You live on the internet.
He went and shot an alligator and streamed it, and he's in a lot of trouble for
Oh,
that. He
man.
pulled out like a pistol and was like, "Watch this."
Okay, I
baby."
think I did see something about
Right?
that.
But these guys, I'm going to pull this up. They use a hammer, and they hammer their faces, right?
To reshape their
to
faces.
reshape their faces themselves. They take little hammers, and I go, "Oh my god, man! I gotta keep."
Sounds like it hurts.
I gotta keep my kids off of the internet, like for as long as humanly possible.
This is a part of the internet I'm actually unfamiliar with,
but
which
it's
is
the
the
looks-
streamers, not
the
even the
s-
look maxers.
yeah. I
the
don't- I get-
looks maxers.
It comes into my feed, and
Yeah.
I watch it, and I go, I don't understand what that title is. Clavicular frame mogs and looks maxes. So I click on it. And I go like, I don't follow. I really don't follow what's going on, but I have been down the rabbit hole. But yeah, looks maxing
Well,
is
you're a baseball card maxer now.
I am.
I think I saw the Padres on social media on their Instagram story. It said fryer mogging.
fryer mogging. I mean, I'm telling you, like,
Sammy, you're
it's-
a content maxer.
yeah, you're a content maxer.
Yeah, I that's a part of the internet, both the maxing and streamers that I'm really not a part of. I don't get to watching the streamers.
It's very weird.
That's a little after my generation, I think.
We've talked about mogging before.
I know there's one sector of the internet where streamers, like let's say there's somebody that's super problematic or they're just a jerk, like you don't want to really support them, but you are kind of curious what's going on. One person will kind of watch the stream and then they will, while they're streaming, so you're supporting the person that you don't mind supporting and still getting the content from some of these people that are doing the most ridiculous stuff.
I'm a big hate watcher in life. I'm a hate watcher. And they say, well, why would you give that guy any blah blah blah?
That's what
Why
he
would-
wants you to do.
Well, right? And I'm a hate watcher in sports. Oh, if my rival is playing, I'm there in front of the TV. I'm tweeting about you. I'm a hate max. I'm a hate watcher. I'm a hate listener in music. Oh, this new.
You're a hate maxer.
I'm a hate maxer. Yeah. This new country artist is out. Let me check him out. Oh, sounds like S. You know what I mean?
You're kind of like a hate retweeter too.
I am a hate retweeter.
Like, I don't know if I would call this hate retweeting, but I saw you getting on Frank the Tank.
Yeah, I wasn't getting on him. The guy
Frank's
Frank,
the Mets.
You
the
just
Mets
were
guy.
pointing
The
out
crazy
how
Mets
it's got to be
tiring.
exhausting.
Yes, I got it.
For him. It has, like, being a fan, and we've got plenty. They're just not as famous as Big Frank is, dude. Watching every inning and every game and just in sheer panic. This team's done. They're cooked. They got no heart. They got
Yeah.
and it's like 100 and it's 162.
With him, I want to say it's a bit, but I don't think it is.
I don't think it is.
I don't
know
think
a bit.
it's a bit.
I know it.
Yeah.
I know a bit. And that character
It seems like a bit, but I don't think it's a bit.
But like, Mets lose and it is the end of the world. It's the end of
By
the
the
world.
way,
It could say a bit. It could also just be his brand, and that's what's made him popular.
I don't
and
think it's. I
famous,
think
and
it's
he's
his
gonna just
brand,
lean in.
but I don't think it's a bit.
By the way, you were talking about bloodlust
Yeah,
yesterday.
yeah.
During our conversation, they're all over Lindor.
Oh, they're in New York.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's insane. Now, dude, I watched this the other day. We should have done this and don't do this because Francisco Lindor in the first inning.
Yeah, I forgot how many outs.
Forgot
there
how
were.
many outs there were, and then
he got picked off first
and
base.
then he got picked off first
Oh,
base.
God.
I mean, it's a really, really rough look for that. Now, they what does Frank say? Oh, he doesn't care. He's worthless. We got rid of this guy. We got rid of this guy. It's really It's a tough way to be a baseball fan, and I can be guilty of it too. I absolutely can. I am far from the perfect fan.
I do think, though, sitting in the chairs that we sit in, it does lend itself to zooming out a lot more than when you do not have to talk about a baseball team for 4 hours, 5 days a week.
Yeah, correct.
Because you just can't. You cannot
do it.
operate like that. But for fans that do, that's okay. It's part of the deal.
That's a very fair point. We would all burn ourselves out in a week or two if we approached every game with the intensity that some of the most doomer of fans do. And I know you kind of want to hear it, but you wouldn't hear us for very long. None of us would survive in this job.
I did it in 24. I did it. That's how I lived every single day. I thought that team was going to win the World Series, and I would have bet anything to it. I lived that way. It almost killed me. And then when was
that was a good season?
No, was it 24 or was it 23?
23.
But then the playoffs in 24 again. I mean, it's playoffs. You live and die.
Well,
in
then
playoffs.
we can all ramp up our intensity.
Right.
It's the playoffs.
But that almost put me in the grave. I'm not kidding. If I had this watch with the heart rate on it, I was probably at 180.
We're still scarred from 23. Like one weekend when we don't see enough to our minds, intensity, drive, want to, we all go right back to 2023, the team that said everything will be fine.
Yeah.
We've got too much talent to fail.
Right.
And of course they did.
They failed.
And they never really clicked it in. So we're always hyper aware when we see a team that looks like they have a lot of talent that's not playing well, going, don't make the same mistake as 2023.
That's right.
Don't fall into that same pattern and trap. You're not immune to a bad season because we've seen a better team than you have a worse season than this.
Fair point.
I will get the just dork chills every time I see the video from Gallagher Square at FanFest 2023. Like, it doesn't matter who we play. You know, it's the Soto, Manny, all of them. It doesn't matter. I'm like, it's like LeBron James has won championships since, and he still gets criticized for that moment where all of them were the Heat. We're like, doesn't matter. We're going to win 3, 4, 5, 6. They didn't even win the first one.
Right. Yeah, no, it's tough. It's a tough look. And we're damaged, as Satan's blowfish says.
Yeah.
But it's tough. Kylie, good point here. Says Kyle in the chat says, I feel like the increase in gambling has contributed to make or break fandom. I think that's a big part of it too. Yeah. I don't gamble on sports anymore, but when I did, bro, the worst human being to be around.
It really is. It feels like it's a good look inside
Connor
your
Griffin
personality. The fact that you don't gamble anymore, but now it's the baseball.
Cards. Yeah, yeah. It's
he's replaced his short-term gambling
for a
with longer-term gambling.
By the way, speaking of looks maxing, I feel like you're in your looks maxing era. You are in kind of your looks maxing era,
Sammy.
You look great.
I feel like death.
Right. Really?
Yeah.
You look great.
I don't feel that about myself.
He still hasn't recovered from opening day completely.
No, I feel great. Like I feel healthier than I felt in a while.
We were talking about hairlines yesterday, or my hairline. You guys have for two guys that are almost 50.
No, we're both 50.
Of you are 50.
Yeah, both.
It's actually a remarkably good show as far as hair and hairline.
Yeah,
You have great hair for 50. You have great hair for 50.
We did a comparison.
Paulie has great hair.
We did a comparison, Sammy. We pulled up when we started and we put it next to what we look like now.
You look great.
Better. Yeah. You're 50 pounds lighter. I'm 20 pounds lighter. And feel a lot better. Thank you, Sammy. Sammy's mogging the show right now. It's exactly right.
Appreciate it. Appreciate all the mogging, Sammy. Well, we'll let you do your prep for a pregame show.
Yeah, I bet.
Yes, got a one-on-one with Michael King before he started at Fenway. We'll hear from Xander Bogaerts before he plays at Fenway for the first time. Remember, he did not play that first series. I think he was dealing with that shoulder injury on that dive. So lots of stuff pregame today.
I don't know. I want obviously Xander to do well. But if he just hits a bunch of doubles off the Green Monster, I feel like he's going to be sad. When
he probably will be. He probably will be.
Those are all outs back at Petco Park.
Yeah.
Sorry, but hey, take advantage of it while you're there for 3 days.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, Sammy. Sammy Levitt going to have the pregame show coming up for you at 10:10 this morning, right at the end of our program. Up next with us, though, take on Woods. Last chance this week to qualify. Probably last chance, this month, to qualify for the trip to Las Vegas at the Fountain Blue. So if you want to be our last grand prize entrant, play our music, movie, or TV trivia game. Call now, 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. Broadcasting live from the Bill House Studios. We know how. It's Ben and Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. GEGE 000-466. For a full list of games and rules, play at 7 Mile Casino. Visit 7milecasino.com.
They are card maxing at 7 Mile Casino, like, playing cards, California-style blackjack, Texas Hold'em poker, Pai Gow, and Baccarat. Because you can't really find a place that does it any better than 7 Mile does those 4 card games.
That's exactly right, man. And the best part, just so close to downtown San Diego. You feel like it's always right around the corner. And if you're downtown, it is. It's 7 minutes away. And it's a beautiful facility, easy parking. They do make it so easy for you when you go into 7 Mile.
Can I take a minute to mog the food at Sammy's at 7 Mile? The regular menu is spectacular. Pizzas, pastas, salads. The 24/7 players menu, the Kung Pao chicken, best I've ever had. And the weekend brunch was voted best in the South County. You can only get it tomorrow, Sunday, Saturdays and Sundays from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. But what a great spot. Enjoy it on the patio on a beautiful weekend in San Diego, and check out the brunch at Sammy's. So many different reasons to visit. 7 Mile Casino, just 7 minutes from downtown.
Hey, player, this is all yours. This room with this view. This speakeasy with this cocktail. Hey, could you make that too? The spa with this. Ah. And this pool on this roof. This is all for you. The all-new Hamul Casino Resort, now open.
Still got more Padres talk coming up. Look ahead to the series against the Boston Red Sox as we lead you toward first pitch today on a Friday, first road game of the season.
I can't wait until 8:30 after Take on Woods is over because we have to do something. We just have to do it. It's for you to do.
Oh, for me to do?
Yeah, for you to do. Don't miss it.
You can't elaborate, or you just leave it?
I'll just say Mason Miller.
Mason Miller.
Okay.
I like Mason Miller.
I like Mason Miller, too.
I also like Take on Woods. It's time to play our game. Let's get to it. Take on Woods brought to you by Bail Alarms, security and fire alarms for every business. We got you. And let's go to Brad. Brad, you there?
I'm here.
All right, Brad, you get to be our final contestant to try to qualify for this month's grand prize drawing. Good morning. It is the trip to the Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, 2-night stay and a $150 resort credit. Check out their pools, day clubs now open. Weather's good. Book your stay at FontainebleauLasVegas.com. All right, you get your choice of music, movies, or TV trivia. Woods has left the room. He doesn't get the categories. For music, we still have Cry Me a River, 5 song titles that include the word cry. For movies, we have the Mr. E category. Those are 5 movie titles that include Mr. in the title. And our new TV category is the Sunshine State, 5 TV series set in Florida. So music, Cry Me a River, movies, Mr. E category, or TV Sunshine State. Brad, what would you like to play?
Let's do the song one, even though Woodsy's a.
All right, it's good. We needed to get one of these music categories done. Today on Take on Woods, we're looking for 5 song titles that include the word cry. You'll have 60 seconds to answer as many as you can. If you don't know, of course, you can pass. We'll come back to it if there's time left on the clock. First question is the 2-second song. Polly, queuing it up now. You need to identify both the song title and the artist to score that one. Brad, are you ready to play?
Listo.
All right. Peter Ty Woods will put you into the drawing. The category is Cry Me a River. Brad, your time begins when Paul plays the music. Good luck. Let's take on Woods.
It's The Cure. Boys Don't Cry.
Correct. Prince asks the question, why do we scream at each other? In which 1984 hit that spent more than a month on top of the Billboard charts?
This is what it sounds like when the doves cry.
Correct. Madonna re-recorded which late 1970s Broadway hit song when she starred in the 1996 movie Evita?
Cry Me a River. I have no idea.
Which 1974 hit by Bob Marley and the Wailers helped fund a soup kitchen in Jamaican slum of Trenchtown, which figures prominently in the song?
Trenchtown Rock.
Incorrect. Which 1962 song by the Four Seasons about a heartbroken teen shares a title with a 2007 #1 hit by Fergie? That was Big Girls Don't Cry. You also missed Don't Cry for Me, Argentina, and No Woman, No Cry. 2 is your score. I think you're right. Woods is going to be tougher on this one. It's been a while. We got a music category for you today.
All right. Put my money where my mouth is.
All right. Brad's score is locked in. Let's put 60 seconds back on the clock. Woods, your time begins when Paul plays the music. Good luck. Let's take on Brad.
It is Boys Don't Cry by The Cure.
It is. Prince asked the question, why do we scream at each other?
When doves cry.
Correct. Madonna re-recorded which late 1970s Broadway hit song when she starred in the 1960s?
Don't Cry for Me, Argentina.
Correct. Which 1974 hit by Bob Marley and the Wailers helped fund a soup kitchen in the Jamaican slum of Trenchtown, which figures...
No Woman, No Cry.
Correct. Which 1962 song by the Four Seasons about a heartbroken teen shares a title with the 2007 #1 hit by Fergie?
Oh, Big Girls Don't Cry.
Very nicely done.
Thank you.
5 for 5. Woods ends the month on a W, 5-2. Brad, thank you for playing. We will put in a new music category and hopefully have a new prize starting next week.
Feels good to be back.
You needed that one.
I needed it so bad.
Solid win.
Thank you very much. I think I like all those songs, even the Fergie song. I think I like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that? How does that go?
I don't know how the Fergie one. I obviously know the Four Seasons.
Hers is like slow.
What's the chorus of it? That's
Big girls don't cry.
all
It's
I'm
like
thinking is
softer.
big girls. They don't cry. Yeah, this is just like it. I love this song. Oh, excellent work, Benjamin.
All right. Something Mason Miller related that involves me, apparently. Coming up next.
Are you ready?
Find out.
Are you ready?
Coming up next with Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan.
He just, here, I'll show you a little. Just a little.
Please don't.
Just a little bit. What hurts on you?
Nothing at all.
A little bit.
Nothing. Now,
So let's say
whatever you're about to touch is the only thing.
Let's say
It's going to hurt.
Right?
All right, yeah.
Okay.
Pretend your knee hurts.
Pretend your knee.
It's going to in a second.
Right here.
That is not pleasant.
Hey, player, this is all yours. This room with this view. This speakeasy with this cocktail. Hey, could you make that too? The spa with this. Ah. And this pool on this roof. This is all for you. The all-new Hamul Casino Resort. Now open.
Benna Woods, brought to you by David P. Shapiro, criminal defense attorneys, helping good people regain control of their future when charged with a crime since 2010. Visit davidpshapirolaw.com. Woods has that glint in his eye that always makes me a little nervous.
I've been waiting to do this since Monday.
We'll get to it in just a second. Go through quickly. A very light day in baseball yesterday. Only
very light.
3 games. I guess there were 4 games scheduled. One of them got rained out. So we just had 3 games. The Twins beat the Royals 5-1. It was 2-1 into the 9th, and the Twins hit 3 solo home runs in the 9th inning.
Yes.
To get the 5-1 win. Matty Strahm, 2 strikeouts in an inning, now back with the Kansas City Royals.
Yep. Cole Reagan's pitched really well.
Yeah.
And then it fell apart there in the 9th.
The Braves Diamondbacks game was not close, especially after an 8-run 5th inning for the Atlanta Braves. They went on to win 17-2. But the interesting thing in that inning was Ryan Nelson, who was the starter for the Diamondbacks, struck out, I think it was Ozzie Albies to start the inning, but he challenged it, won the challenge, and walked, and it ended up sparking an 8-run inning that probably wouldn't have happened if not for the ABS challenge. I think they also had a double play that got overturned in the inning as well. So the Braves made the most of all the newfangled rules.
Yeah, they had 2 challenges that inning
to put together a giant 8-run inning, and then they added on more as the game went on. Ended up winning 17-2.
You had a position player in pitching for the Diamondbacks.
Can't challenge that now.
Right, you cannot challenge those. But I don't know who's on their broadcast now. We've never really been big fans of the Diamondbacks broadcasts, but I don't know who's on there now. But these guys were just peeing in their diapers last night. That the Braves hitters weren't going up there and swinging at every single looping 40-mile-an-hour pitch that the Diamondback pitcher, like it would be outside and they would spit on. Like Acuna is like, I'm not swinging at that.
They did the old
And
Bob Uecker and Major. I can't believe they're laying off pitches that are that close.
No, that's actually funny. These guys were like, wow, wow, like losing their minds. There's audio of it out there somewhere. It's incredible.
You
They're
do
like,
watch a lot of baseball,
I do.
don't you?
And they were losing their minds about it. Like, hey, man, so we're kicking the crap out of you guys. You guys have gone to a position player, right? Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean I'm going to give away ABs. I'm not going to go up there and be like, hey, man, like I get paid for RBIs and hitting. And if I have a chance to get a knock, I will. So I'm going to swing at strikes. And they just were soiling themselves over it. Like, get this over with. Swing the bat. Like, relax, bud. Throw strikes, and I will. It was a bad look. It was a terrible game for them. You know, they got their ass handed to them last night, which was great. Watch the Giants game last night as well, Benjamin.
They won 7-2.
The Mets were just fumbling and bumbling and kicking it around, and Semien dropped a fly ball and
3 runs, including help from an error in the first inning
David
for the Giants.
Peterson dropped a PFP.
The story of that game was their catcher, the Giants catcher, Daniel Susac, who was
cool
making
story.
his major league debut and made it a memorable one, went 3 for 3 with a walk. So reach base all 4 times he was at the plate. His family, of course,
it's a nice night in the big leagues.
His family was at the game at Oracle Park, and cameras were able to find him. And he had a large representative family.
Oh, yeah.
And they were going
ham,
absolutely berserk on every hit,
as they should have,
to the point where I don't know if it was one of his siblings was holding their toddler.
Yeah, it was hysterical.
And they were celebrating so much that the
kid was jostled.
toddler was just wildly flailing all around and was starting to cry. I mean, it was bordering on child abuse, honestly. They were so excited about Daniel Susac and his debut for the Giants. Casey Schmidt bounced back with a 3 for 3, 0-error performance in the 9 holes. So I don't think he got yelled at by Matt Chapman in the game yesterday.
Matt Chapman did boot an easy one up the line too. I go, oh, baseball gods, they are cruel.
Did Casey Schmidt walk over?
Yeah, he's just
pick up the ball.
Catch the effing ball. You got to know it's going to come back and get you like the next day, and it absolutely did. But yeah, I don't like to see the Giants winning all these games.
And then got a full schedule today in Major League Baseball, including a very unlikely matchup of the 2 top teams in baseball.
Yeah.
One of them, not so surprising, the New York Yankees will have their home opening day at Yankee Stadium. The surprise is who the other 5-1 team is. That's the Miami Marlins, who go into New York and got a pretty good pitcher on the mound. That game starts in a couple hours. Yuri Perez against Will Warren on opening day in the Bronx.
Yeah, keep going.
Let's see. Dylan Cease, part 2, second start for the Toronto Blue Jays against the White Sox at 11:10 this morning. A lot of early games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games at 1:12 or before today. So you got a lot of day baseball, a lot of opening days in some of the more Eastern time zones this year.
Yep, and you got the first game of the day is the Dodgers taking on the Washington Nationals. They're out in Washington. St. Louis is going to Detroit. Kevin McGonigal will be hitting leadoff today for the Tigers for the first time ever. Of course, Connor Griffin makes his debut, Ben, today against the Orioles.
Yep.
Kyle Bradish will be on the bump, and not sure where Connor's hitting in the lineup yet, but he's making his debut. He did ink yesterday, by the way, a 9-year, $140 million extension, which is pretty special for a 19-year-old kid.
Almost 9 years, 140.
So that's all 6 years of his team control plus 3 years of free agency for Connor Griffin.
And again, if he is as toolsy and as great as he's expected to be, that could end up being such a massive bargain for those 3 years that he could have hit free agency.
People are mad about my borderline child abuse comment. I was joking. That kid was not happy about being tossed around like a rag doll.
Just so you know, and you know this, you may not remember, kids are oftentimes not happy.
I know.
Just for anything. Just maybe if you give them the wrong cheese, they lose their mind, If you give them cheese, but it's the wrong cheese. Last night, we go to sushi, and Taylor goes, I don't want chicken strips. I want chicken. And I go, buddy, it's the same thing. It's just the way that they cut it. I don't want chicken strips.
What
I just want
what did
chicken.
he want? Chicken on the bone?
No, he just didn't know that
chicken breast.
He didn't know
just-
that. No,
the name of it
It's
was-
the same thing he gets every time
He
we
wanted
go
breaded
there.
chicken, not chicken strips.
Panko chicken,
Right.
Right. But on the menu, where he's working on reading, so he sounded out. So he goes, chicken strips. He goes, I don't want chicken strips. I want chicken. I want the chicken that I get here. And I go, that is the chicken you get here. It's a mental institution, dude. I'm like, it's the same. That is what you get. The chicken strips are the chicken. That's what it is. So they're tough to read, my friend. It was very good. You ready for this?
Yeah, let's check traffic,
Oh, boy.
and then we will. I will steel myself for whatever comes up next year with Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center. Injured? Demand justice. Demand Jurowitz. 855GetRoss.com. Here's Sue Eller.
Watch out, there's a stall on the northbound side of the 15 at Mara Mesa Boulevard. It's on the right shoulder. And then on the southbound side of the 15, somebody else broke down. This time it's blocking the right lane right at the 94. But everything else looks good. No slowdowns, no delays to tell you about both ways on the 5. And the 805 is also in really good shape. I'm Sue Aller with Ben and Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, so a lot of it was made last week. The big debut of Mason Miller's walkout song. It's "Corn Blind," and I almost like 99% around the league just hit so hard. That's going to be a while till we see it again. You know, I guess they did play it during the day game the other day, which doesn't.
They missed it on television.
They missed it on television.
He came in with 2 outs in the 8th.
They did play it.
Yeah.
They did play it, though, is what I was told. And, a lot was made of that. And I thought about this Monday when I came to work. I'm like, he could have gone with another Korn song. And this one is called Adidas.
Oh, like the shoe.
Yeah, like
sportsy.
Just like the shoe.
Sportswear.
Adidas sportswear. Remember when we were kids and people had the anagram for Adidas and what it really meant? Did you? That never made its way to you?
All day I dream about.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, never heard that one
Because
before.
how do you spell Adidas?
Never.
You're like, how many D's? Is it ADDIDAS?
I had a buddy.
ADIDAS?
I had a buddy that used to say Adidas, and it made me crazy.
I don't like
So
Adidas.
So you know
Adidas?
the founder
Is that the
of-
way they say it?
The founder of Adidas is Adi Dassler. That's why it was
Then it
named
makes sense.
Adidas. But
Is it
yeah.
called Adidas?
I don't.
What?
I don't know.
He's
but
wearing
yeah,
Adidas.
That's why it's called Adidas. Adi Dassler was the founder of the Adidas
Is
shoe
it
company.
Adi space
Adi
Dassler?
Yeah, his first name is Adi and his last name is Dassler.
But
his first name is not Adi.
we Americanized it into Adidas.
Adidas. Yeah.
Adidas. All right, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, just read these.
Okay.
Paulie, we may want to go dry on this one. May want to go in dry on
No
this
music.
one.
No.
I don't. No Kangol. No chains.
No,
but
nothing. No.
It's
This
I
is
guess
this
it's
is
not rap.
this is new metal, and we might need some of
Oh
this.
my goodness.
Strap in,
Okay.
little kids. Turn the radio down.
Holy moly!
You're all right.
Sports song, man.
It's sports. It's Adidas.
Yeah,
Adidas.
you're right.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's all. Just think about sports.
All right.
You got this.
Hey, just be natural.
Never been so nervous before.
Well, the first word has never been so troublesome before. Usually, I get
Let me
into
see the
it.
first word.
Can I say that?
Yes, you could say
All
it.
right.
That's what you do to a fish
All
before
right.
you
That's
eat
right.
it.
Okay, that's a good point. Boning, I see. Somehow it always seems that I'm dreaming of something I can never be. It doesn't matter to me because I will always be that pimp that I see in all of my fantasies. I don't know your bleeping name, so what? Screwing might be the only way that I can truly be free from my bleeped up reality. So I dream and it harder because it's so fun to see my face staring back at me. I don't know your bleeping name, so what? Let's bleep. All day I dream about sex. All day I dream about bleeping. All day I dream about bleeping. All day I dream about sex. Yes, all day I dream about sex. And all day I dream about sex. Yes, all day I dream about sex. And all day I dream about sex. Yes, all day I dream about sex. And all day I dream about sex. Yes, all day I dream about sex. All day I dream about sex. All day I dream about bleeping. All day I dream about sex. All day I dream about bleeping. Is that it?
That's it.
That's
right
it.
There. It's Adidas.
They didn't
Adidas.
really need to come up with a ton of lyrics for that one. That's Korn.
Yeah.
This is Mason Miller.
Korn. Yeah.
Wholesome Mason Miller.
Yeah.
Comes out to a song by the same band,
Paulie,
that did AIDS.
Paulie, that's going to take you a month
Yes.
to pull all of the things out that we need from that. Here, let me see it.
It's honestly the same line, half of the
It
song.
is. It
all
is.
day I dream about sex. All day I dream about bleeping.
Bleeping.
I like when he says, because I will always be that pimp that I see in all my fantasies. That is, that's.
It doesn't matter to me because I will always be that pimp that I see in all of my fantasies. I'm imagining they go a little harder when
the
song is actually
No, you pretty
fired
much
up.
nailed it, actually. That's exactly what it sounds like on the album.
Guys, this is screwing might be the only way that I can truly be free from my effed up reality.
Because it's so fun to see my face staring back at me. I don't know your bleeping name, so what? Let's bleep. So impersonal.
It's like everything you read just makes me laugh. So, yeah, that's the new Adidas bracket in the.
All right, I will ask you then. Since have you ever been with someone
Oh,
didn't know
no.
their name?
What?
I'm just asking. That was in the song right there. I don't know your name. Let's bleep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course,
Really?
yeah.
Yes.
Not that.
I mean, I've definitely got it, but forgot it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? I got it in the intro.
At some point,
And
you knew
then
her name.
the next day was
Oh
like,
yeah, you
what?
learned it at some point, but
Yeah, but like
during the.
I learned it before and then forgot it after.
Okay, but never like during. You go. I have no idea what her name is.
Oh no, yeah.
So that is true.
Yeah, like if I met someone at
Right.
a bar, hey, I'm Lisa or something.
And you yeah, but
right?
you,
And then I'm like, what?
I can't
Who's
remember
this?
her
I have
name,
no
yeah.
idea who this is.
Just all day I dream about sex, and all day I dream about sex. Yes,
It's just repeating it over and over and over.
I dream about sex all day. I dream about sex.
Oh man, that's gonna make for the world's most. When are you going out of town again?
In about 3 weeks.
Okay, Paulie.
Oh yeah,
we know the mission. We know the mission. Which trip
Boning,
is that one?
I see.
That's
That-
Vegas.
That is Henderson. Again,
Henderson
yeah.
again. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
We'll get it figured out for sure. Thanks for doing that. We needed those clips.
You're welcome.
Thanks for restocking. What do they call it in Major League Baseball? The war chest.
Oh,
You
yeah.
just restocked our war chest on Ben and Woods. So
We
thank
didn't talk about that this week. The
No.
players union, the owners stocking their war chest. Not anything you want to hear if you're a baseball fan. All guests on Ben and Woods appear on the SDCCU fan hotline. It's not big bank banking. It's better. Paulie's Rondell Report includes a don't do this story we missed from the Washington Wizards coming up next year on the fan. This hour on 97.3 The Fans brought to you by GL Pools, the swimming pool experts trusted by thousands of San Diegans since 2006. Baseball is back, so is swim season. Make sure your pool is ready. Call now, mention radio for a free month of pool service. Happy Good Friday to both of you as well.
Happy
Not just
Good
a
Friday.
Friar Friday. That's the Friday ahead of Easter Sunday, which my kids are grown now, so we don't do the egg hunts or anything anymore.
It would be odd at their age to still do egg hunts, I think.
Hot take. I love holidays. They're usually my favorite part of the meals. Thanksgiving, Christmas dinner, 4th of July barbecues, even Valentine's Day, you're going out for a nice dinner. Easter's the worst eaten holiday for me.
I love Easter food. Ham.
Sliced ham.
I love ham.
I don't like ham. I don't like deviled eggs.
Chocolate eggs are like...
Yeah, those I can live without. I don't like Cadbury.
Candy corn's horrible.
They don't do candy corn on Easter, do they?
Sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, the Easter bunny eats the candy corn sometimes.
Yeah, I guess he does.
Just bad.
Easter
jelly
food
beans are not my favorite.
I like jelly beans.
I like jelly beans. Easter food is ham and
usually.
deviled eggs. Elite. I love ham.
I can eat a deviled egg, but I can't eat like 6 of them.
You can eat 6.
You can eat a lot of deviled eggs, so I'm not surprised.
That just sounds really gross. Ham and deviled egg combo.
I just think it's
elite.
I think it's the worst food holiday of your food holidays.
I think I'm with Ben.
No, it's elite. It's an elite meal. I'm looking so forward to it. I don't like Peeps, though.
Okay, I'll eat a peep.
Save that.
I mean,
I was hoping he would. Gonna lead him right in there. Yeah, Peeps are hideous, beyond hideous. Just so my kids are obviously elated.
You don't like sugar?
Yeah, right.
What's wrong with sugar?
We're going to my mother-in-law's farm. It's a farm. There's
That's a good place for an Easter.
There's actual bunnies there. So that'll be fun. There's goats, there's llamas, there's bunnies, and
you gotta be careful that the animals will find the eggs and eat them before you.
Yeah, it's true. We're gonna
find
hide
them.
We're gonna hide them in an area, I think, where the animals
Cordoned
are
off
not. Yeah,
from the animals. Okay,
cordoned off. So they're very excited about the Easter eggs, and it's fun to be with family and stuff like that. So I'm excited about that. I look forward to Easter.
Okay. Well, I hope everyone has a safe and happy Easter this weekend. It's not the most rambunctious of holidays usually.
No, it doesn't get super wild. If it does, that's pretty interesting. Like you have an uncle that just gets hammered on Easter.
Really hard on Easter. Got that Monday hangover from Easter.
I just went too hard yesterday. No, I get it. All right, Paulie, take it away, buddy.
And get things started here with our today's edition of the Reindl Report.
Now tuned into the greatest.
Welcome to the Reindl Report with Paul Reindl.
Hi, Paul.
All right.
2 stories from the world of sports that we haven't gotten to yet.
We'll start off in Major League Baseball.
And 1 story that you didn't know you needed.
Are you laughing, biatch?
It's the Reindl Report
Hey, Paul, how you doing? Okay, how are you?
on 97.3 The Fan.
Are you ready to bless the mood? I need some help, please.
That was good.
Can I get a oh yeah? Oh yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Purple's been jonesing for a Reindl Report. He was denied yesterday with our 3-hour show and the roundtable.
He may be the biggest Reindl Report fan there is.
Yeah, I appreciate Purple.
I
I'm
love
going to have
Purple.
to, I guess, really make sure I bring it on Fridays then, because we're not going to have any Reindl Reports most Thursdays, I don't think.
Because we have Eno at
Roundtable
8:30, unless we do it
9.
really early in the
we'd have to
show.
do it
We
early.
can move it.
I like to move it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can-
I like to move it.
Then we have Sammy at 7:30. You got to move things around. We'll figure it out. But let's see here. We will start. Got one sports story for you. Yeah, we missed this during Don't Do This. We're a little bit pressed for time, but with every April Fools, you will have a few people, companies, brands, etc., that maybe go a little bit too far, or at least have to issue a statement after their April Fools prank. I also think pranks, I just want to say, quick side note, pranks that extend onto like the second, you can't do that. I saw pranks that were like,
it's got to be over.
they were
on
like
the first.
following up.
Yeah.
They started something, part of the prank on whatever that was. Wednesday was April 1st. And then they're still leaning into the bit on the 2nd.
No,
And I
no,
go, that doesn't
it's
work.
got to be over.
It's done
by the end of the first. Yeah.
I digress. The Washington Wizards, the other night on April Fool's Day, they did a halftime skit where they had a fan come onto the court. He was going to shoot a half-shot court blindfolded.
A half-court shot.
Yeah. Shoot a half-court shot.
Yeah, you said half-shot court, but that's fine.
Whatever. And then, so he's going to be blindfolded, and they told everybody, hey, he can't hear us right now. Pretend like he won. Everybody scream and cheer no matter what happens.
They have him in like the
earmuffs, headphones on. So he goes, he shoots the ball, like, all right, go. And ball goes sailing into the crowd. He missed it. He wasn't even close. And the place goes nuts. And he starts running around. He's freaking out. And they go, yeah, that was amazing. You made it. Kid that he got $10,000.
$10,000 check. They haven't made out to his name.
Let's look up on the jumbo screen and watch that replay. Here, see, there you go. You shot it, and you weren't even close. We're sorry.
You didn't.
It was
win
a
the 10,000.
prank, and he felt bad. I've seen this done before. It's not that funny. It really wasn't funny for this guy, and people ripped the Wizards for doing this. Yeah. And the Wizards did release a statement. They said,
"Is that not funny?" Because I laughed. I think it's funny.
I think it's pretty funny.
I think it's funny.
It's fairly harmless.
I think it's a funny ass prank.
Well, people felt bad for this guy though. They thought he should keep the 10,000.
By the way, I agree. I think if you prank him, you got to be ready to stroke him that $10,000.
That's what made people mad.
That they didn't.
Even $5,000 or here's $1,000 to the team store or something.
Maybe they're just mad because the Wizards are currently 17 and 59.
Well, as it turns out, Paulie, right? The guy, the contestant, he was a team employee. He was in on the bid as well.
Oh, he was.
No one knew that though, so they all got upset for him at the Washington Wizards, even though he was also completely in on it. They were pranking no one essentially, and they still somehow ended up stepping in it and having to issue an apology. They didn't actually prank anybody at all.
No, they probably should have announced that right away. It would have probably relieved a lot of this. But yeah, the team had to issue a statement. They said, we apologize for last night's April Fool's joke that left many wondering if we had misled a fan. The skit involving our mascot and other members of our performance team was scripted and intended to celebrate the day. All participants were in on the joke, but we missed the mark.
That was funny as hell. I thought it was a great prank. Well done, Washington Wizards.
They went on to lose 153 to 131 that night.
I think that's funny.
Hosting the Sixers. Yeah, they lost by 22 points.
I mean, the
Wizards call it a close loss.
If the guy was in on it, it's a great prank. It's a great prank. It's like a brilliant.
It's not a prank at all.
It's a prank on all the fans.
It's a prank on the fans that are there, which is hysterical. I loved it. I think it's great. Yeah. Good for them.
All right, we will move on. I think we talked about this a few months ago, but the grandson of Reese's inventor, H.B. Reese, his grandson's name is Brad Reese, and he criticized the Reese's brand recently because of they made a change in their ingredients.
Yes, they did.
They broke away from the traditional chocolate and peanut butter that everybody likes, and they went with, it said they changed the classic recipe. They replaced the milk chocolate with compound coatings.
Okay.
And they replaced the peanut butter with peanut butter style creams.
I don't think they're as good as they used to be.
They're not.
They're not.
Twix isn't as good.
They got ripped.
Snickers isn't as good. Nothing is as good as it used to.
I still can't get over Brad Reese.
Well,
and like when he goes up to someone and he goes, Brad Reese, like Reese's. And yeah, right, dude.
Ben, wait till you go to bradreese.com, which I just did. And it says Reese's ingredient integrity is a board level responsibility. This is his entire
he's furious
reason
still.
for existence.
This is his entire
he got the change
life.
made. He got his way, and he's still like, it's not enough. I need more.
He did get it done.
So they are going to. They're saying they're kind of dismissing his claims and saying our goal has always been to maintain the highest quality of ingredients and blah blah blah. They never really addressed it, but it has been announced that they are going back to what we all know and love about the Reese's taste, the regular chocolate and the regular peanut butter, not peanut butter creams.
All right, hang on real quick. So I'm on bradreese.com. the header of his website is an old Reese's peanut butter cup, old ad they had. It looks cool. So then you go down to his, your table of contents of what you can find. Ready? So you would guess he's got the home page, the about page, the LinkedIn page, the X.com account, the Instagram account, the Facebook account, and his Tinder account. And I'm not kidding.
Ooh.
That is a resourceful heir to the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup throne.
If you want to swipe on Brad
Yes,
Reese,
Brad
you
Reese.
can do so.
His Tinder. He put his Tinder up there, which I think is brilliant.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
I guess. Yeah,
He's like a candy bar playboy. Love it.
he's claiming that they just switch all of the ingredients to make it cheaper for
course,
them,
yeah.
which we all know.
I think
Of
we
course.
all
And he-
understand how big business works. It's on the margins. If you can save 1 cent on
Right.
every Reese's peanut butter cup sold at the end of the year, you'll have like an extra $20 million or something.
That's right.
you know?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
company said they will go back to the classic milk chocolate, dark chocolate recipes, and he's saying that's just them admitting it was a cost-cutting, act. And we're like, well, yeah, we all know that.
Yeah, but you did a whole
Very
website.
upset
You
about
did a whole website about us, so now we have to do it, man.
And then finally, we'll go to the world of music. The last couple of years, there's been a lot of beef in
Hold on,
music.
Purple.
Go ahead.
Does he only wear Reese's merch in every picture?
He's just wearing Reese's shirts.
Reese's sweatshirt on.
The orange and
He's in it. Every picture is him and his Reese's. We get it.
does anybody look good in orange? Anybody? Have you ever seen someone who really looks good in orange?
That's a good question, man.
I'm
thinking
can't
of like
really
the
think
old
of it.
Marlins jerseys. Remember they had the orange ones? Jose
Did they really
Fernandez
look
looked
cool?
good.
Yeah.
Jose looked good.
Yeah.
Fred
I remember.
Flintstone.
Fred? Yeah, I guess.
Think of like Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber.
I am dead, dude. Every picture it's him in a Reese's hoodie or Reese's tank top or something.
Switching over to music here to wrap it up. I was thinking about over the last couple of years, we had in hip hop, you had the Drake versus Kendrick Lamar drama, like J. Cole. We talked about him the other day. He was kind of involved in all that. But I remember there was a lot of people going, this rap beef. Back in the day, people would just get shot or something. It was much more intense, and actual threats were made and not just stuff over social media and back in my day, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here to tell you that that's all not true. The rap game is still very much has real beef because the headline here is that Gucci Mane was kidnapped by Pooh Shiesty and who was held at gunpoint, apparently.
Pooh Shiesty?
Yes.
Pooh.
Oh, like Winnie the Pooh.
Like Winnie the Pooh. Pooh Shiesty
Pooh
kidnapped
Shiesty.
Gucci Mane. Pooh
Kidnapped
Shiesty
him.
and his dad actually kidnapped Gucci Mane because Pooh Shiesty wanted out of his recording contract.
Oh.
And Gucci Mane didn't want to
How did
do
they
that.
pull off this kidnapping?
It says
They
here-
went to a record. What am I looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? The studio where he was
Studio.
recording, and they showed up with AK-47 style
Yes.
pistol.
A recording studio
in
and
Dallas.
friends.
Here
All
in
right.
Dallas.
Here in Dallas.
Yeah, at the head at 1017.
It says he and 8 other defendants showed up with guns and demanded that Gucci release Pooh Shiesty from his recording contract.
Don't you let him out of it right then? All right, you got it.
Sure.
Yeah.
They also robbed him after
You
that.
can always just let the lawyers handle it later, but at that moment,
It's
yeah,
part
sure.
friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
They robbed him of jewelry, cash, anything else that was valuable in the studio that they could grab.
Wow, man.
It says
That
Pooh
is
and
heavy.
his boys are
Pooh.
charged with kidnapping and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. They could get life. I doubt they will.
Maybe
but
Mr. Shiesty
could.
is a better way to refer
Pooh?
to him. But yeah, Mr. Shiesty.
Yeah, that's what I said. An AK-47 style pistol, which I don't know.
But isn't an AK-47
Like-
one of the
Yeah, the big ones.
big ones that the Russians use in the movies?
And now,
Mr. Shiesty, Pooh, he's already on, it says, home confinement for a firearms conviction.
Okay.
I don't know that this is going to help his case
it
very
won't.
much.
I promise you, it will not help his case.
Yeah.
That is some legit rap beef.
Does it? I mean, a gun's a gun is a gun is a gun.
Yep.
But the idea of 8 guys rolling in with AK-47s versus
Terrifying.
pistols just feels different.
There was that story from years ago with Death Row when Suge Knight was in charge of Death Row Records, and somebody tried to get out of their contract. I can't remember who. Wasn't it Vanilla
It was E,
Ice?
wasn't
it was Easy E. He like hung him over the balcony, like
Was it
by
E?
his feet or something.
Oh,
It
I don't
was
remember. I thought I was thinking
very
of something else.
cinematic.
It was really, really nuts.
They did that in one of the Captain America movies.
Oh, did
to
they?
scare him?
That's
Hold him over the building.
I
They actually
would-
dropped him, and then they caught him later.
I would say that's pretty. Oh, it was Vanilla Ice. Yeah. They
Okay, yeah, I was thinking of
hung
something
him
so totally
over
different.
his.
Vanilla Ice got hung over a building.
So he says. By
I'd agree to anything at that point. Honestly, someone's
If you were
hanging me
being
over a
held.
building.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I would agree to anything.
Now I know. Now I know what to do.
As would you as well.
As would I. I do not want to be dropped off a balcony. Thank you, Paulie.
You're very
Excellent work.
welcome.
Chat's
Yeah,
all
Suge
trying
did
to
it.
Chat's all trying to suggest people who look good in orange. Just because Ricky Fowler wears orange doesn't make him look good in it.
The Orioles look good when they're in those home oranges, I think.
I just don't know that it works with any skin tone. Like orange just washes you out pretty much when you're wearing it. It does not look good.
Okay.
Maybe that's just me.
All right.
But I think Ricky wears orange as a bit.
Oh, isn't our company color orange? I know.
We have
good in orange.
it's fine to have a little orange. That's not an orange sweatshirt. That's
simply
that's
the best.
blue
That's a
sweatshirt
blue
with some orange.
sweatshirt with some orange lettering. That's fine. I'm talking about full on orange as like the main color of what you're wearing. Just doesn't work.
All right. Fernando would look good in it.
I don't know. I'm trying to picture it. It'd be tough. I think it'd be tough.
Gonzo says he looks amazing in orange. I'd like to see you in an orange shirt now. I really would.
I don't have anything
down. I don't
orange.
think I do either.
In college, our colors were blue and orange at Pomona. And when we would go and have to wear our matching golf shirts on the road, we had these hand-me-down orange polos because we didn't get to keep them. We had to give them
You had to
back.
give 'em back.
Had to give them back at the end of the season. This is how discount of a sports program that we ran on the Division III level. We didn't get to keep our polos. They
You're
actually
joking.
went back to the athletic department, had to be checked out to us at the start of the season. And one of them with this faded orange shirt. And I look terrible in it, as you can imagine. I think I've been scarred for life.
I get you. All right, go to break.
All right, we will come back. Let's look ahead. Not just today's game. We got the whole series against the Red Sox coming up. Padres baseball less than an hour away from Sammy's pregame show. All coming up with Ben and Woods, broadcasting live from the Bill House Studios. We know how on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Hey, player, this is all yours. This room with this view. This speakeasy with this cocktail. Hey, could you make that too? The spa with this. Ah. And this pool on this roof. This is all for you. The all-new Hamul Casino Resort, now open. Hey, player, this is all yours. This room with this view. This speakeasy with this cocktail. Hey, could you make that too? The spa with this. Ah. And this pool on this roof. This is all for you. The all-new Hamul Casino Resort, now open.
Got a DM from a Tier 1 Marcus. Good morning, bud. Yesterday was my wedding anniversary. Can you send a shout out to me and my beautiful wife, Nikki? Much appreciated if you could. Have a great weekend. Happy anniversary, Marcus and Nikki.
It was yesterday. I'd say too late. Woods is a lot more accommodating than I am.
Well, he sent it to me today.
He said yesterday was their anniversary.
But
he missed. He was too late.
He was a little late.
You can wish him a belated anniversary.
Happy belated wedding anniversary, Marcus and Nikki. I hope you get lucky on your special night. Maybe last night. Maybe
It's too late now.
Maybe even again this morning.
Too late. Well, that would just all day. I dream about sex.
I can't wait to hear that for the rest of my career. The rest of my career, I want to hear.
In reality, Yomi, all day I dream about sports.
Yes.
All day I dream about
sports.
All day I dream about bleeping.
Sports. Bleeping.
No, we don't have to dream all day.
It's putting.
For the Padres.
Putting.
We got a game coming up in an hour and a half or so. But did you know? Did you know? Padres aren't the only San Diego sports team playing in Boston today. The San Diego Wave play at the Boston Legacy tonight. Wave are going for their fourth win in a row. So you've got actually a doubleheader in Boston.
Indoors or outdoors?
Outdoors, I believe.
I saw a picture of Manny walking into the Red Sox clubhouse this morning. He was dressed, or rather Natalie, as he always is, Natalie. And it looked so gray and cold. And the admin actually tweeted, "It's cold." It looks freezing.
Because it was supposed to be in the 60s at game time, I thought, today, but that doesn't mean it's not cold at night, certainly.
Again, look outside where we live here. Just look outside, take a deep breath, and realize at least it's like this here. And it's, I've lived in the Northeast, Ben. It's just nothing worse, man. There's just nothing worse. It's April, and it's
I
like
do
30
sometimes
degrees.
wonder. Economics of baseball, obviously, competitive advantage. Teams don't want to give up home games. But if everyone was being truly honest, how many teams would give up the cold early season games, the hot summer games to play their series in San Diego rather than in their home ballpark?
We should literally open the season with like 45 straight home games.
Which we could, but that would then put them in such a disadvantage later in the year, so they don't.
Yep.
But I would imagine there are a lot of teams who would love to spend extra time in San Diego.
That weather in Chicago yesterday that knocked out the White Sox game, they had tornado warnings.
Oh, and then
everything.
in Kansas City,
like 40 degrees.
In Kansas City, they had the wind was whipping so badly. The fountains that are out there?
They were blowing
the water all over the camera.
Yes, I saw that.
You couldn't even see the
they had
game.
to go to a different shot because the center field camera was just like your windshield when you're driving down the freeway in a rainstorm. You couldn't see anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's why, like this morning when I pulled up to the gas station and I put in gas, it was like $6.99 or whatever it was, and I went, "Oh, this sucks." And then I went, "Well, at least I don't live in Worcester, Massachusetts, or something. Like, at least I live here."
Worcester?
Yeah, Worcester.
Worcester. So today's pitching matchup, Michael King against Sonny Gray. Some of the Padres actually have decent numbers against Sonny Gray. Not that it means anything, but that's your opening day Fenway Park matchup. Tomorrow, 1:10 first pitch, Randy Vasquez coming off a very strong opening performance of the season. He'll be facing the lefty Connolly Early.
Yeah.
In game 2 of the series.
Good young prospect.
Then on Sunday, Walker.
I know.
Yeah, me too.
I know you both know.
Yes, we do.
Sunday, another lefty on the mound for Boston, Ranger Suarez. I don't think he had a very good first start.
He had a terrible first start.
For the Red Sox. Walker Buehler will get his second start. Former Red Sox as well. Walker Buehler
What do we
facing
got?
his
King,
old team.
Vasquez, and
Buehler. Yeah. Love to get the first two. And then see what you can in the last one. Go for the sweep. You don't feel quite the stress
100%
of Walker Buehler against Ranger Suarez. But again, Ranger Suarez struggled his first time out. And Walker Buehler did not pitch poorly.
They are an injured young fawn right now, those Boston Red Sox. Do not let them get hot. Do not let Roman Anthony get hot against you. Your 3 right-handed pitchers that you're going to be starting against him. He's gotten off to a bit of a slow start for what was expected, but they've got some firepower on that team. They've got some really good players, Ben, and it's again, they all feel like a challenge right now.
And if you missed it earlier, we had the lineup for you back in our 7 a.m. hour. Got some interesting lanes of righties and lefties with Tatis and Bogarts at the top. Then you got your lefty Merrill hitting third, but then Machado, Laureano, Andujar in the 4-5-6 with Sheets dropping to 7th, right next to lefty Cronenworth in the 8th slot, and Luis Camposano batting 9th and once again catching Michael King. Remember how well Campy caught Michael King in that first game. He got some challenges that went his way. really did a nice job with Michael King, and they wanted to keep that pairing together. Although I would imagine Freddie Fermin will definitely be back there tomorrow with Randy Vasquez again.
Does he get his first hit since the Bush administration today, Luis Campusano? I exaggerate a little bit, but it's not much.
I mean,
does he get his first knock today in Boston? Yes. The answer has to be
hope so.
Yes.
I mean, the odds would probably say he's more likely not to get a hit than a hit. How many at-bats does he get? 3 tops, usually batting in the ninth slot.
Yep.
Because if it's close and late and they need someone, they probably pinch hit for him.
Yep.
So you only got 2 at-bats in the last game before they pinch hit for him.
That's true.
It's hard to get a hit when you're only getting a couple of opportunities every game.
Do you think he's mad if he gets walked? Like he wants a shot to get that knock?
No,
or
I
is he
think
just
he's
happy
relieved
getting
that he's
on
on
base?
base.
I think he's happy he's on base.
I can see either way, though. I could see you're like,
I mean, there are hitters that are like, I don't want to walk. Like I'm trying to hit up here. Jackson Merrill's one of those. Talked about how he wants to walk more, but he doesn't really want to walk more. He wants to hit more. That's what he wants to do. And that's what I love about him. He's up there looking to do damage.
I mean, if I'm a pitcher and I know this guy hasn't got a hit since 2024, I'm Sonny Gray. I'll try to see if he'll nibble a little bit, though.
Are you kidding?
Outside of the plate, maybe he's ready to get himself out again.
Yeah, I mean, again, be a good servant for Michael King today, right? That's the I saw that document pasted on the wall when we were out at fantasy camp. That's the mentality of the Padres catchers, a servant mentality. Be there for Michael King. Any offense is gravy. Be smart with your challenges, be judicious with your challenges, and do a good job behind the dish today, and let the other guys, pick you up.
I am curious to see how the evolution of the Padres using their challenges goes. They've been very conservative,
yes,
especially if they lose one. Like Freddie Fermin lost one the other day, and they would not there was a bunch of ones, and I would go challenge, and they just wouldn't do it because they were so afraid of losing the second.
They said they wanted to save it for Mason Miller.
But if you're going to be that afraid of losing the second one, then you really can't use the first one at all either. Which means you're going to be very conservative the whole game.
I was watching the Met game last night, and those announcers were talking about how I think Carlos Mendoza has empowered his hitters. If you're convicted, be convicted. Just do it. There's a bunch of different philosophies. I put myself in the shoes of a skipper too. And if your star player comes up in the third and thinks, I've got a chance to do like Ozzie Albies did it in the 5th yesterday, they turned into 8 runs. Had Ozzie Albies been like, oh, I don't know, man. I'm the first out of the inning, BFD, I struck out. Okay. He didn't. He challenged it and they scored 8 runs. And that's the 5th inning. Had he lost it, they're down a challenge. So, I mean, it's kind of like the old adage of, hey, man, you want to steal third base? You know what my rule is as manager? You better make it. You better make it or you're a deep, deep ass, right? You want to do something, be very, very convicted. Don't do it halfway.
At some point, you're going to have enough of a track record where there's going to be guys who are very trusted and others who are not empowered as much, but we don't really know yet. Just because you lost an early one or got an early one right doesn't mean you're any good at this.
Right.
You may have just gotten lucky once or twice.
100%.
So it's too soon to tell a guy, yeah, we didn't like that challenge you made in spring training. Just don't challenge.
Don't do it anymore.
You have to empower, I think, everybody if they feel confident enough at this point.
Conviction.
And then after a couple of months, if you're 0 for 4, man, and a couple of those weren't even close, you are no longer empowered to make challenges.
Some of the challenges I've seen have been very lefty up, borderline pitch, but not really borderline. But then it's kind of the half-assed tap, and then you can almost see it wash over their face. I shouldn't have done that. They're still feeling this thing out. And that goes for Craig Stammen, Fernando Tatis Jr. It goes for Alex Cora and his bunch. Everybody is still feeling their way around.
So I like your convict. If you are not sure and it's early in the game, don't do it. Now, late in the game, you have to tell guys, we have 2 challenges. It's the 8th inning. You may not be sure, but if it's a big fire away late in the game, that's something that's going to have to be learned and kind of started to get ingrained because you don't always have the same philosophy going up. Sometimes you have to be 99% sure. Other times you 15%. Hey, if that can overturn that game might be completely upended. And it's the 9th inning. You just do it.
God,
so
but again, I mean, to go back to that example, like that game last night is totally different. And it's the 5th inning and you're leading off the inning and you challenged a borderline 3-2. And it changed the entire complexion of the game. And then the pitcher is like, bro, I thought I had this guy punched out. The next guy, gets next guy gets out. That would have been 2 outs in the inning. And the whole game is different. So it's really fascinating how this is working. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. And it hasn't burned us yet. I thought the Toddy one was, he definitely should have challenged that one the other day. It's late. There's no reason to hang on to it. But I'm excited to see how it plays out. But yeah, man, at some point, you are going to have to use them and be convicted about it.
Ben Woods brought to you by David P. Shapiro, criminal defense attorneys helping good people regain control of their future when charged with a crime since 2010. Visit davidpshapirolaw.com. If you missed it, we had a chance to talk to the president of baseball operations of the Padres, AJ Preller, in our 6 a.m. hour. We weren't sure if he was going to survive the entire interview.
Yeah.
But he did. And we're going to bring that back as we lead into Sammy's EcoWater SoCal pregame show. Plus, I get to do what every broadcaster always dreams of. At the top of the hour, I get to call for the legal ID, which is fun because it's the only time I ever get to do that. Coming up next here on 97.3 The Fan.
He just here. I'll show you a little. Just a little.
Please don't.
Just a little bit. What hurts on you?
Nothing at all.
A little bit.
Not that now.
So let's say
whatever you're about to touch is the only thing.
Let's say
it's gonna hurt.
Right?
All right, yeah.
Okay.
Pretend your knee hurts.
Pretend your knee.
It's going to in a second.
Right here.
That is not pleasant.
Hey, player, this is all yours. This room with this view. This speakeasy with this cocktail. Hey, could you make that too? The spa with this. Ah. And this pool on this roof. This is all for you. The all-new Hamul Casino Resort, now open.
As Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. Go to Odyssey.com/the night before to enter for your chance to win a trip to see Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet. It's a national contest. Padres will head to Pittsburgh after their series in Boston, where they'll get to face Connor Griffin and Paul Skeens for the first time, coming up on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in Pittsburgh, PA.
Staying off social media that day. People will be mad at me if Connor Griffin does well. And Paul Skeens.
You love
Paul
Skeens.
Skeens.
But I love the Padres.
I love Paul Skeens. I want to light Paul Skeens up.
Right.
You know? But I'm still staying off. So don't come at me because I won't be there. I'll be lurking.
You will.
Yeah.
We got the early game coming up in just a few minutes. Sammy Levitt with his Eco Water SoCal pregame show at 10:10. But we thought we could kind of stretch it out a little bit. He's got good Padres content for you. Michael King interviewed during the show today.
Did he say Xander as well?
Sound from Xander Bogaerts as he gets ready to face the Red Sox at Fenway Park for the first time. He was injured when he went the last time in 2024 in his second season with the Padres.
Sure.
So this will be the first time he's actually in the lineup batting second. But why not add a little A.J. Preller interview that Ben and Woods did earlier this morning? If you missed it, the president of baseball operations joined us on a Friar Friday, brought to you by SDCCU, and we will hear that right after a check of traffic on 97.3 The Fan.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center. Injured? Demand justice. Demand Jurowitz. 855GetRoss.com. Here's Sue Eller.
You're in really great shape out there right now. I'm not seeing too many slowdowns or delays, just a slight tap on the brakes on the southbound side of the 163 right by the 5. Due to some long-term construction, we'll take it over to the 905 westbound, the connecting roadway to the 805. Watch out because there is a lane closed, but the 805 looks great. And the 67 northbound between Riverford Road and Mapleview Street, you have right lane repair work. I'm Sue Alley with Ben and Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Let's not waste any time. We got an early management report today. It is presented by SDCCU. It's not big bank banking. It is better. Let's head out to Boston, Massachusetts. We're joined by the president of baseball operations, general manager of the San Diego Padres, AJ Preller. Good morning, AJ.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Doing well.
We're good. So obviously Petco Park is your favorite ballpark, but do you have other favorites? Do you like Fenway, the historic ones, Wrigley, when you go and get to see some of these other parks?
Yeah, I think honestly, like all the sorry about the voice this morning. I got a cold here the last week, but yeah, I think all the parks are great. You know, I think we go around the country, and it's one of the cool parts about baseball is that, you know, each park's got a little different element to it. Obviously, you know, Fenway opening day here in Boston. You know, the tradition here, the Green Monster. It's really cool to be a part of it.
Yeah, it should be a fun one today. I mean, you know, assuming everybody comes out ready to go and it's a good baseball game, but you know, opening day at Fenway is such an event every single year. Crazy they have to wait a week, AJ. But after this week, kind of how do you evaluate your team, your new manager? You know, everybody has their opinions. Everybody has their opinions on what's, you know, wrong with the offense or the pitching or whatever it may be. How do you, as the president of baseball ops, you know, take this first weekend and evaluate it?
Yeah, I mean, it's 2-4 homestand, so I think we, you know, wanted to play better. I think we understand we're going to play better as the year goes on. You know, like again, it's 162 games, so you know, you don't want to make too much out of any one real stretch, but I think we're realistic. Like if we're going to get to where we want to get to, we're going to have to play better than we played here this week in Petco. But you know, we also know we have a team that's capable a lot, and ultimately as the year goes on, it's just about continuous improvement and continuing to play better and you know, score more runs, pitch more consistently. We saw it in flashes, you know, and that's the whole focus. And I think we've had teams that have improved as the season's gone on over the last few years. I think we're looking to do the same thing here this year, and we'll, you know, we regroup after each homestand. Every couple of weeks we sit down and talk about where we're at. Try not to make, you know, go day to day and make too many rash decisions. But ultimately, over the next few weeks, we'll look back and, all right, how do we improve, you know, the offense, defense, and the pitching side of things, and that's kind of the regular rhythm of the season.
Of course, that makes sense. You can't be as reactionary as fans are going to be, but you do have some decisions you have to make fairly early. I saw Matt Waldron, another good rehab effort yesterday for El Paso, 4 shutout innings. I think that's 2 in a row. He's getting closer, you know, no options left. We saw, you know, German Marquez struggle a bit in his first start. How long, you know, before you kind of make a decision like that, or maybe bring up a guy like Matt Waldron?
Yeah, I mean, I think again, like, you know, you make these decisions at the end of spring training, and it's just, you know, kind of sets your roster to start the season. And I think one thing we have is the ability to, and I think we're looking to, you know, to have guys that are coming back from injury, and we should be able to layer in, you know, players as we go over the next 6 to 8 weeks. So whether that's, you know, Matt Waldron, Griffin Canning is, you know, on schedule and continues to throw the ball well, he's going to go out in the system and start pitching. Joe Musgrove, Jason Adam, you know, on the position player, Song, Yuki Matsui. I think like each, you know, like over the next 6 to 8 weeks, we're going to be able to look at our roster, evaluate the current group, kind of see where guys are at, and then, you know, hopefully look to have some reinforcements that are coming that we know have performed at Petco before and in the big league. So, you know, I think in terms of continuing to get better and try to continue to improve your roster, we've got some internal options, like you mentioned with Matt and some others that, you know, I think we'll get to, you know, the next couple of weeks, start making us make some decisions, and we'll be able to evaluate the guys we have on our current roster and, you know, see what the best combo is.
Talking to AJ Preller, president of baseball ops, here on Ben and Woods this morning. And what have you in these 6 games. What have you liked about the team so far? Because I think there's, you always got to look for bright spots, and it's, not like they're 0-6. They did manage to scratch out 2 wins. What have you liked about this squad that Craig Stammen's leading right now?
I think, again, like you see the way Pavetta bounced back from opening day and threw the ball well. I think, Pavetta, King putting up zeros. I think he'll be the first to tell you, want to be crispier with his command. He'll get another shot here today. The development of Randy Vasquez, I think we saw that at the end of last season. And then, into spring training where, sometimes spring training, you're trying to evaluate such a different just a different environment. And you're kind of like, all right, what does it all mean? But for him to then take the spring he had stuff wise, command wise, and bring it to the first start, I think those guys are going to have to pitch well in terms of, giving us the ability to go out and get off to good starts from a starting pitching standpoint. Bullpen should be very good. We had a little hiccup there one night against Detroit. But I think you're starting to see a pen that can be very dominant again. And then offensively, we've got to score more runs. We've got to put more pressure on the other team. You see the Laureano, that just continues to swing the bat well, and really since the trade last year, so that's good to see. And again, I don't think Manny and Toddy and Jackson and those guys, they've got a lot of hits coming to them this year. So you go 2-4, not what we're looking for. We want to play better. But ultimately, it wasn't like, those guys went out and were on their A game and, we went 2-4. Those guys have got a lot of good baseball coming forward. And, again, that's as now we go on this first road trip and we'll get a better sense here too, and some tough places to play about where we're at.
Our Friday Management Report brought to you by SDCCU and AJ Baseball. Often a copycat game. Teams will copy what works from other organizations. And it feels like you were the trendsetter a bit recently on this one when you promoted Fernando Tatis Jr. aggressively, Jackson Merrill aggressively, and then extended him very early in his career. Now, we've been seeing like 3 times this week, teams give long extensions to players who hadn't even made their major league debut yet. What do you think of that overall as a strategy? Because those are big commitments for guys who are untested on the big league level.
Yeah, I think, some of these things go in cycles. I think, from us, I can just speak to our decision-making process in terms of, like you mentioned with Tatis or Merrill or Manny or Cronenworth. I think it's, when you feel like you know the players well, you feel like that their ability, you're putting a premium on keeping guys in an organization and, for your fan base to see them play for a long time. I think with those guys, what we're trying to do too is, judging the market and seeing where the market was going to go. So I think we, at the time, I think, some people may have looked at it and said, hey, is this overpaying? Is this the right decision? Is this extending? And now a few years later, when you look at the Toddy and Merrill and, Cronenworth's contract compared to some of these other deals that have been on the market, I think, we felt like, it's an opportunity to sign guys, have them at a cost that we feel like made sense for us. You can build your roster that way, and it seems like that's what a lot of other clubs have been doing here, and definitely in the last couple of weeks. So I think it's exciting for fan bases to know that some of these really good young players that you get pumped up about and you see, and you can tell they're going to be good players. They're going to be in your city for a long time, and we obviously did that over there 3, 4, 5 years ago, and a lot of teams kind of been doing it here in the last last year or so, and definitely in the last couple of weeks.
I figured I'd go right to the source on this one because I'm watching MLB Network. I think it was Monday, and I tweeted it out, and it was, Harold Reynolds asked the question, Fernando Tatis Jr., is he a Padre at the end of this year? And Dan Plesac, just as quick as can be, goes, no. And I went, what? And I go, we're still doing this. And I, to get you on the, like I'm sure you hear that stuff. If you, rumor is you have a burner. I don't know, but it's always on Twitter. It's usually Yankee fans, trying to trade us something for Tatis. They really covet him there in New York, and they'd take him anywhere, AJ. But I see it all the time. But to hear it, on MLB Network, I'm like, what are we talking about here? Like, it makes no sense. So I thought I'd go right to the source here, Mr. AJ Preller himself.
Yeah, I think, it's definitely a little bit of a head scratcher because we continue to say it. I think, obviously everybody's tied into the Padres and, our team understands, what we're trying to do, and Fernando's a huge part of it. So, it's not something I feel like I really need to address much. But, I don't know if maybe lack of content a couple nights ago, and felt like they need to go back to that.
It's fair. We've been there before
But
too.
yeah,
We've had to dig stuff up for content purposes as well. So I mean, we can, I guess, kind of relate, but it does seem a little bit ridiculous. And I think it's tied into, well, there may be a new owner, and the new owner may come in and want to, clean house or whatever. I'm like, well, that would be the worst move a new owner could do, is to trade a guy that little kids and everybody around wants to come to the ballpark.
I'd like to arrive in San Diego and be as unpopular as possible away.
Immediately. Day one.
I got one more content question for you, AJ, because he's going to be a lot of content today. Xander Bogaerts back in Boston. I'm sure the Boston media is going to be all over him. I know that fans have expected more from Xander. Where do you see kind of Xander, what he's done for you so far, and what he can still produce? I know kind of waiting for maybe like a monster type Xander season, and hopefully he can stay healthy this year. But give us your thoughts on just where that kind of stands now, 3 years in.
Yeah, again, I think when you look at different X factors for our team, Xander's one of them, because I think the first year, I think you let NL shortstops in war. He had the big second half, but then the last two, his performance, I think, he's had the injuries over the last couple of years. He finished last year strong, played well in the playoffs. But if we're going to get to where we want to get to and be a team that has a chance to play deep into October, I think having Xander go out and perform like he's capable of, and he has, and he did for pretty much year in, year out in Boston, and we've seen at different stretches in San Diego. That's a huge part of it. When you have a shortstop that, I think he's a 5-time Silver Slugger. I think when you have a shortstop that can, man shortstop and go out and, whatever the number is, 280 plus, 35 doubles, X WAR that you want to put on that's a huge difference maker. And I think we've seen that in different flashes in San Diego, different spurts, but it's like getting that consistent day in, day out player that, he's been for his career, and the guy that, honestly, you're going to look up and it's going to be closing in on 2,000 hits, and a lot of accolades that he's compiled over the course of his career. I think getting to that point, when you look at what are some X factors that we can have that can take our team to a different level, I think that's a huge part of it. And Xander is very honest with himself. He'll tell you, look, he expects more, and I think it's going to be fun for him to be back here in Boston. Won 2 World Series here. He did a ton of winning, ton of performing. So I think that'll be a nice moment for him here. But he's a Padre, and I think for us, I think we're excited about what he's going to bring to us this year in the homestand. Again, I think the numbers and results didn't end up being exactly what he wanted here this week, but he swung the bat well. He put the ball in play, put it in play hard. And I think more of that throughout the season. We're expecting that. We need that, and he expects that of himself.
AJ, appreciate you fighting through the cold to join us this morning. I'm sure drizzly rain in Boston and snow flurries in Pittsburgh, just what the doctor ordered for you this week.
Feel much better.
But good luck to the team, and we'll see you guys when you get back.
Yeah, I got it in beautiful San Diego. So
yeah, fair enough.
It's true.
Fair enough.
Viruses don't know. Thank you, AJ.
Thanks, AJ.
Thank you, yes.
AJ Preller, Padres president of baseball operations. Our management report brought to you by SDCCU. It's not big bank banking. It is better. And back live next week, Craig Stammen will return kind of on an every other week basis. And then we'll get to talk to AJ, some of the other execs in the organization on our management report Fridays, every other Friday.
All right, it's your moment.
Yes, it is. I always get to hear Jesse do this during the Padres games, and I rarely get a chance to do it because we're extending a moment into Sammy Levin and the Eco Water SoCal pregame show. I get to actually do it. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Ben and Wood Show.
KWFN and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
This is Fernando Tatis Jr.
A leadoff home run for Fernando. Second pitch of the night.
The Padres play here on San Diego's #1 sports station. 97.3 The Fan and Odyssey Sports Station.
10 out of 10.
Thank you.
Nailed it.
And I think I hit it almost like right at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Very legally responsible of us.
Good.
I don't know where else you'd be listening possibly on the radio right now other than 97.3 The Fan, but we're required to do that every hour by the FCC.
Pull that and just save it. for whenever we need a boost of serotonin.
Contract negotiations.
Yes.
We can play that for the bosses. Look how well Ben did that.
God.
Really tossed
That would
to
go
it
in your favor in like
smoothly.
your ARB hearing.
Now, that's not written down, right?
No, that was just right
from
off the
memory.
top of my head.
All right, let me see if I can do it.
I don't have another legal.
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
We now pause.
Oh, I know it's tough, isn't it?
You're
It's-
doing a 7-mile read. We now pause. Yeah, we now pause 10 seconds for this legal identification. Nope. We now pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Ben and Wood Show.
And then KWF in San Diego.
Like Jesse says, you're listening to the Padres Radio Network because that is actually multiple stations.
Right.
Palm Springs, other areas that carry the game. You have to know which station you're listening to at the time. So each individual station will then put in their legal ID. With us, we're just on the one station.
Yeah, we just have the one.
A couple minutes left before we turn things over to Sammy. Obviously, weekend Padres, weekend SDFC tomorrow night at San Jose. That's a big one. And then, for college basketball fans, you got the Final Four. Women's tonight.
Pretty big one.
2 games. And then, of course, the men's Final Four semifinals tomorrow. And then on Monday, when we show up, we'll have the national championship game. Will be Monday night in college basketball. And next week will be Masters Week as well, which I always enjoy.
The Final Four, I saw a video this morning, or maybe from yesterday. It's in Indianapolis. Illinois is in the Final Four. I think they said it's like an hour and a half drive. It's not far at all. When Illinois' basketball team took the court for their just shoot around, 2-day out, shoot around workouts, the place was filled like it was a home game just to watch workouts.
Yeah,
and the place went nuts.
I don't think people realize. I think Illinois is like a massive school. Like, tons of people went to Illinois in the Midwest, and they haven't been there in a while, so they're very excited. All right, that is it for us. Eco Water SoCal pregame show coming up next. You have a good weekend as well. Paulie, Tier 1s. Have a very happy Easter. We will be back Monday morning at 6 a.m. For executive producer Paul Reindl, Stephen Woods, I'm Ben Higgins. Thanks for joining us on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.